Chapter 766. This Princess Yao actually swallowed Luo Xiang in one gulp. Not even a speck was left. The entire demon realm was in complete silence. Just a moment ago, Luo Xiang was still saying that this Princess Yao was her child. Her expression was extremely affectionate and her words were filled with pride. But in the next moment, she was eaten by her beloved child. All the demon clan in the demon realm were dumbfounded. Cruel. Too cruel. It was the epitome of ruthlessness and brutality. Although the monster race loved to devour immortals for fun, it was rare for them to devour their own kind. Moreover, the monster race was heartless, but they still had some feelings for their parents and children. Even if they didn't interact with them, they wouldn't go so far as to eat them. After eating the radish fragrance, Princess Yao was extremely lazy as she giggled. This heaven and earth, this universe, they all belong to me. No living being can compete with me. You tiny insects are only fit to be my lackeys. Don't you agree? Although her voice was soft, her eyes flashed with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Under the powerful ripples of life, this murderous intent was almost tangible. With a sweep of her gaze, she could make any demon clan explode and die if she wanted to. Even the three ancient demon emperors as strong as Man Shan, Pai Hu, and Demon Sword would not be able to withstand a glance from Princess Yao. This power was absolutely tyrannical, surpassing the demon god of the past. It could sweep through 8-1-1. Read in the desolate, I am the only one. As a result, all the demons in the mountains and plains knelt down and praised. Lord Demon God of the new generation, this world and universe belongs to you alone. You control the life and death of all living beings in this world. No one can offend your dignity. Otherwise, there is only death. Those immortals, in your eyes, are no different from ants. Ha 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 ha, Princess Yao laughed proudly and charmingly said. It's good that you insects understand. Ha ha. If there is anyone who refuses to obey me, I don't mind eating them. Ha ha. Immortals? Yes. I naturally want to enter the immortal dimension and slaughter and swallow all the immortals without leaving a single one alive. But before I enter the immortal dimension, I have something to deal with. As she spoke to this point, Princess Yao's gaze became cold. A hatred that even the waters of 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash away suddenly burst forth. Suddenly, the weather of the entire demon realm changed. Silver snake-like bolts of lightning danced and circled around, and a world-destroying aura suppressed the demon realm. It was truly the wrath of a king. The momentum of mountains and rivers turning to ashes. Demon god of the new generation, please quell your anger. The thousands of demons trembled and wailed in fear. They were truly unable to withstand the pressure that filled the sky. Some of the weaker demons even had cracks on their bodies, showing signs of exploding. That wild demon! Princess Yao roared. How dare you kill my previous body? A heinous crime. This is a heinous crime. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the angry roars, some demons finally began to explode and die. In the next moment, Princess Yao directly grabbed the Sky Feather Demon Emperor from thousands of miles away. I remember that you are that wild demon's subordinate. Speak quickly. Where is that guy hiding now? Why can't I sense his aura in the demon realm? It turned out that Princess Yao hated Xiao Han to the bone. Before entering the celestial realm, the first thing she wanted to do was to find Xiao Han and kill him in one fell swoop. I want to eat that guy. I want to swallow that wild demon bit by bit. Princess Yao's voice was almost distorted. Her beautiful face was completely twisted. In the special space where the demon realm and the universe intersected, Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the exquisite pagoda in the cosmos sack. He released his soul and saber-will spirit. In the vast and mysterious universe, he sensed the ancient gate to the ancient saber realm. At this moment, Xiao Han's mental power star and the saber-will dragon that had comprehended the 100 lives returned to one had crushed countless turbulences in the universe. They were extremely close to the great gate to the ancient saber realm. However, the closer they were to the ancient saber realm gate, the more violent and vast saber-will civilization would rush out and shatter Xiao Han's mental power and saber-will. However, every time they were shattered, Xiao Han would reconstruct and refine the surging saber-will civilization. This made Xiao Han's understanding of the saber become deeper and more thorough. His mental power was also polished until it was crystal clear and as resplendent as a divine jade. When Xiao Han was 500 meters away from the ancient saber realm gate, The volume of his mental power star had increased by 10 times. In other words, Xiao Han's mental energy had become 10 times stronger than before through repeated refinement, devouring, and rebirth. At the same time, his saber will was also 10 times stronger. This is great. Not only can the saber will civilization from the ancient saber realm gate not destroy my saber heart, but it can also make me stronger. With my current cultivation base, it won't be a problem for me to take on 3 high-level celestial emperors alone. Xiao Han's divine soul transmitted an overjoyed thought. If immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was reborn, he would also be shocked by Xiao Han's fortuitous encounter. This was because Xiao Han's gains had completely surpassed immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's. Back then, after immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber will had reached the great success stage, he had opened the ancient saber realm gate and received the ancient saber soul. However, because immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's mental power was not as strong as Xiao Han's, when he was close to the ancient saber realm gate, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao did not dare to absorb the violent saber will civilization directly. Otherwise, his mental power would be shattered and he would die. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao only selectively absorbed the weaker saber will civilization and avoided the surging saber will civilization. As for Xiao Han, he accepted it all. No matter how strong the saber will civilization was, Xiao Han devoured it and absorbed its essence to strengthen himself. Xiao Han's mental power could ensure that he would be safe and sound in the raging sea. There was absolutely no danger of the boat being destroyed and him dying. It could be said that the benefits that Xiao Han had obtained were many times greater than immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's when he had not really opened the Saber Realm Gate. Just as Xiao Han devoured and refined another Saber Will civilization, he was only 300 meters away from the Saber Realm Gate. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. Xiao Han's divine soul. He had received a very subtle feeling. This feeling was extremely ominous. It was as if there was an old enemy lurking in the dark, trying to kill Xiao Han. This mortal enemy had reached an unimaginable level of strength. Why is there such a feeling? What kind of enemy can directly affect my saber heart? The immortal realm and the beast realm have reached this point. There are almost no enemies that can really threaten me. But the feeling I'm sensing now is extremely real, like a thorn in my back, penetrating deep into the wood. Who is it? Who is it? Could it be the real leader of the immortal realm, the primordial emperor? Or a monster god? Before Xiao Han could think further, another torrential saber will civilization pounced over and wrapped around Xiao Han's soul, essence, chi, and saber will. Xiao Han abandoned all distracting thoughts and used his saber will to cut off any negative emotions and psychological shadow. His mind was free from dust and dirt, untainted by dust. At this time, Xiao Han was only 100 meters away from the gate of the ancient saber realm. It was so close. Xiao Han could already see the various ancient inscriptions and history carved on the ancient saber realm gate. Continue. Continue to refine the civilization that is blocking my saber will. I, Xiao Han, will completely open the ancient saber realm gate this time and receive the ancient saber soul into my body. I will obtain the great Tao of saber will. Once I succeed, I will have a chance to kill the monster god's soul in my heart. I will get rid of this mortal threat. Xiao Han vaguely knew in his heart that once he annihilated the demon god's soul, then he would no longer have any inner demons. From then on, his state of mind would be like a clear sky, untainted by even a speck of dust, and his cultivation realm would also reach the ultimate state of immortality and immortality. Boom! The mental strength star and the saber will dragon were shattered once again. They turned into tiny golden light spots that filled the sky, but they merged again in an instant, wriggling as they refined the vast saber will civilization. Not long after, the mental strength star reformed and the saber will dragon was rebuilt. It was much stronger than before. Continue forward. 50 meters. He was only 50 meters away from the ancient saber realm gate. Success was right in front of him. The immortal realm. The aura of the monster princess was too powerful. It had spread from the monster realm to the immortal realm, causing countless immortals to tremble in fear. They had a premonition that a terrible disaster was about to sweep through the world. The older immortals who had participated in the battle to seal the monster god were even more familiar with this feeling of terror. The entire immortal realm was in a state of panic. What's going on? Could it be that there's something wrong with the formation? Some immortals who had long been suspicious finally could not hold it in any longer and voiced out their doubts. At the intersection of the immortal realm and the monster realm. 3 advanced immortal emperors. Our connection to Luo Xiang has disappeared. Luo Xiang is dead. The sky-devouring beast has appeared. Luo Xiang is dead. Disaster has arrived. The 3 advanced immortal emperors let out terrified howls and immediately issued an order to the entire immortal realm. Everyone! Everyone! The calamity is coming. Please join hands and release your immortal strength to form an immortal barrier to protect our immortal realm. Hurry! There's no time to lose. Hurry! Our immortal realm will be destroyed if we delay any longer. The voices of the 3 advanced immortal emperors were sobbing. At this moment, they already felt that they could no longer control the situation. An unprecedented disaster had arrived. This time, it was even more terrifying than the time when the monster god was sealed. Hurry! Send out the message and let the Grand Mist Emperor know. Ask the Grand Mist Emperor to come out and take control of the situation. Whether the Grand Mist Emperor can receive our message or not, we must spread the news. Otherwise, our immortal realm will be destroyed. The Monster Realm. Under the deterrence of Princess Yao's blood-red gaze, Demon Monarch Tianyu's blood vessels froze. It's the new Lord Monster God. He's currently cultivating in seclusion at the border between our monster realm and the universe. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Demon Monarch Tianyu exploded into dust. Wild demon. I'm going to eat you. Ha ha ha. Princess Yao roared. To be continued. Chapter 767. Xiao Han was in the mysterious universe where the gate of the ancient Saber Realm was. He was wholeheartedly refining his soul, essence, spirit and saber intent. He wanted to open the gate of the Saber Realm and achieve the immortal Saber Dao. Therefore, Xiao Han was completely unaware of Princess Yao's rebirth. Now, Xiao Han was only 20 meters away from the gate of the ancient Saber Realm. After devouring and refining a large amount of the vast ancient saber intent civilization, Xiao Han's mental energy star had become huge. It was like a clear glass mirror without any impurities. The mental energy contained within was extremely dense and filled with terrifying explosive power. With a slight movement, it could blast a cosmic star into dust. And the dragon of the saber intent was also stained with the ancient sharpness and sharpness. It could kill people and slay ghosts with a single thought. Xiao Han was very clear that once he opened the gate of the ancient saber realm and obtained the blessing of the ancient saber soul, then his achievements would instantly surpass his master. The extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy combined with the saber intent was simply a perfect match. The increase in power was immeasurable. Especially the extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy at the great perfection level, combined with the saber intent, even if immortal Emperor Ju Dao was reborn, he would not be able to estimate its power. And at this moment, finally, when he was 20 meters away from the gate of the ancient saber realm, Xiao Han's mental energy and saber intent revealed their sharpness. Under the sensing of the aura, the gate of the ancient saber realm slowly opened. Only the saber artist with the strongest saber heart and the existence with the most crystal-clear mental energy, after going through all kinds of tests, would the gate of the ancient saber realm open. Without a doubt. Xiao Han had fulfilled all the conditions. It's open. It's finally open. As a saber artist, this will be the most intense moment in my life. And the most exciting chapter. Xiao Han's soul. He was completely trembling. However, when facing the gate of the ancient saber realm, other than trembling with excitement and some respect for the great Tao, Xiao Han did not have any other thoughts. For example, the sudden feeling of killing intent from his old enemy, the long-term hidden danger, the demon god in his heart. All kinds of distracting thoughts were dispelled by Xiao Han. Now, Xiao Han only had the pursuit of the saber. Except for the saber in his heart. There was nothing else. The gate to the ancient saber realm opened without any delay. Boundless light gushed out from the door. It purified the turbulence in this large area of the universe space. The glow seemed gentle on the surface, yet it contained a boundless sharpness, like a supreme saber intent capable of slashing through the void. It was the most powerful saber light in the world. Suddenly, pooh, as the saber light shone, Xiao Han's mental energy and saber intent dragons gave off crisp sounds. In an instant, a large crack appeared on the wall. The pain of being sliced into pieces stirred Xiao Han's soul. However, at a time like this, Xiao Han would never give up. The final step, charge. Fortunately, Xiao Han had absorbed, devoured, and refined enough of the vast saber-intent civilization, so the saber light did not completely shatter his saber heart. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's spiritual energy star and the saber-intent dragon directly entered the primordial saber-intent. At the same time, Ka. After Xiao Han's spiritual energy and saber-intent entered the primordial saber realm's gate, the gate shut tightly. It was completely closed. When the gate was closed, Xiao Han's aura was completely concealed. Just as the primordial saber realm's gate closed, boom! A giant hand that blotted out the sky directly came from the demon realm and grabbed over through the air. Bang! This grab carried with it the power of destruction. It was as if billions of volcanoes had exploded and billions of demons were roaring. Moreover, this giant hand that covered the sky clearly carried the aura of Princess Yao. In an instant, there was an endless sound of explosions in this universe. Such a large area of space was forcefully destroyed by the grab. The attack power of this grab was too terrifying. Moreover, in this destructive attack, there was an extremely strong probing ability and Princess Yao's demonic consciousness. After Princess Yao had interrogated and found out Xiao Han's location, she immediately launched an attack to capture Xiao Han from billions of miles away. However, this grab was empty air. One had to know that Princess Yao's predecessor, the Demon Prince, had fought with Xiao Han. Although Xiao Han had disguised himself as a demon, with Princess Yao's current invincible state, even if she caught a trace of a speck of dust, she could directly capture Xiao Han in this space. Unfortunately, Xiao Han's physical body was hidden in the double layers of protection of the first instant immortal weapon and the first instant immortal weapon. More importantly, Xiao Han's soul had long entered the mysterious primordial saber realm's gate. After the primordial saber realm's gate closed, Xiao Han's aura seemed to no longer be in this universe of reincarnation. This caused Princess Yao to return empty-handed. He's not in this area. This wild demon, where did he hide? Princess Yao's eerie voice came from the giant hand that covered the sky. Princess Yao was extremely confident in her own mystique. She completely believed that as long as Xiao Han's soul was in this universe, then no matter how Xiao Han disguised himself, Princess Yao would be able to catch him. Since she couldn't sense Xiao Han's aura, then Princess Yao was certain that Xiao Han had already escaped and was not in this area. The giant hand that covered the sky disappeared. In this universe, Xiao Han's storage ring was placed on an uninhabited planet filled with metal ores. The storage ring quietly blended in with the densely packed and irregularly shaped metal ores, and was not discovered by Princess Yao. And inside the storage ring, the Chenkuan bag, the Linglong Pagoda. They were also operating. Inside the Linglong Pagoda, Xiao Han's plain. Everyone was living peacefully, without any worries. The flames of war and chaos in the outside world had nothing to do with the people in this plain. They worked at sunrise, and rested at sunset. Inside the Linglong Pagoda, Xiao Han's physical body was sitting cross-legged. As his soul completely left his body, Xiao Han's physical body didn't even have the ability to breathe. Or it could be said that his breathing was extremely faint, almost inaudible. His physical body was sitting cross-legged, like a stone statue. In Xiao Han's heart, his heartbeat slowed down, faintly discernible. At this moment, the demon god soul in Xiao Han's heart sensed something. It hatched. Luoxiang betrayed me. She gave the other female heaven-swallowing beast's egg to another demon, and now it hatched. It gave birth to the strongest creature in the universe that I have imagined. But no matter, I'm about to hatch it. When the time comes, I will definitely devour that female heaven-swallowing beast. Turn it into nourishment for this seat. Ha. This human body is very good. Very good. It's actually constantly improving, allowing me to stay in his heart peacefully and hatch. And it's hidden very well. Just now, that female heaven-swallowing beast didn't find any clues. Good. After I hatch it, I can take this body for myself. Demon Realm. Princess Yao was very disappointed at this moment. Her anger soared to the sky once more, and the demons near her were burned to ashes. Lord Demon God of the new generation, spare me, countless demons cried and fled, afraid of being killed. At this moment, Princess Yao's anger had gradually subsided. She let out a coquettish giggle. It's nothing. As long as this wild demon is still alive, he will never be able to escape my pursuit. Now, let's begin the crusade against the immortal realm. Immortal realm. I will turn the immortal realm into a world where I raise livestock. Ha 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 ha. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Yao ordered. Under my crusade, the immortal realm cannot withstand a single blow. But I won't let the immortal realm perish so easily. I want them to die in despair and repentance. Ha 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 ha. Demon army, heed my command. Advance to the immortal realm. All the demons, charge and break through the enemy lines. Ha 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 ha. Wanton, taste the brains and flesh of the immortals. At her command, the densely packed demons formed into battle formations and advanced towards the immortal realm. In this universe, the two races that control the highest level of civilization were finally going to engage in an unprecedented battle to the death. The structure of the universe would eventually be broken, and a new situation would emerge. Immortal realm. The three high-rank immortal emperors roared in hoarse voices. Immortals, please release your immortal force and form a defensive barrier to protect the immortal realm. The demon army and that indescribably terrifying creature are approaching our immortal realm. The immortal realm is on the brink of destruction. Everyone, please work together to fight against the enemy. We have already sent a message to the primordial emperor. I believe that the primordial emperor will appear to help us overcome this crisis. Before that, we must spare no effort to make the celestial dimension impregnable. In fact, the three high-rank immortal emperors didn't need to say anything. Every immortal in the immortal realm knew that a disaster was coming. The momentum of an impending storm pounced on the immortal realm in a crushing manner. Some immortals sat cross-legged and released their immortal force to set up a defensive barrier. Some of the immortals questioned the three high-level immortal emperors, asking them what was so special about the spatial formation. The immortal realm was in a state of panic and chaos. The three high-rank immortal emperors naturally didn't dare to reveal the truth. They only released their immortal force to form a barrier that enveloped the immortal realm. Then, they pleaded with all the immortals in the immortal realm to think of the bigger picture and stop asking questions. It didn't take long for a solid shield to form around the immortal world's plate. More and more immortals finally let go of their prejudices and used their immortal force to strengthen the barrier. In the end, under the mobilization of the three high-rank immortal emperors, all the immortals, including the elderly, women and children, as well as level 1 perfected immortals, participated in the operation to protect the immortal realm. They did not hesitate to release their immortal force into the barrier. To be continued. Chapter 768. The entire immortal world was in a state of chaos and fear. Even the three high-grade immortal emperors could not conceal their fear. As the leaders of the immortal world, even if the immortal world was in danger, they should face it calmly and fearlessly. Even if they died in this battle, they would have no regrets. They should not be in such a state of chaos before the battle even started. This was not in line with the demeanor of the leaders of the immortal world. A leader with true integrity would definitely bring a sense of security to everyone. If they were the first to be discouraged, it would only cause all the immortals to fall into despair. Unknowingly, it would increase the prestige of the demon world. One side was losing, the other side was gaining. However, the three high-grade immortal emperors did not think too much about it. They immediately released all their immortal force to form a defensive barrier and sent their natal immortal treasures into the barrier. Boom! 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 A few rays of light fused into the barrier. The three high-grade immortal emperors indeed destroyed their strongest immortal treasures to form energy to strengthen the barrier. It's the 5 elements extermination divine umbrella, and the cloud-piercing arrow and the setting sun bow, and the demon subduing immortal monument. The three high-grade immortal emperors destroyed the treasures that they had refined for countless years. Turn them into energy to strengthen the barrier. The immortals of the immortal world exclaimed when they saw this. One should know that these immortal treasures were the three high-grade immortal emperors' greatest reliance. It could be said that a large part of their combat power came from these immortal treasures with terrifying offensive power. And, 1, book. Read. Now, in order to protect the immortal world, they did not hesitate to destroy their own immortal treasures. This showed the courage and determination of the 3 high-grade immortal emperors. Of course, it also showed that they were seriously lacking in confidence. Everyone, destroy your immortal treasures. Turn them into energy. Protect the immortal world. Hurry, hurry. Quickly destroy the immortal treasures. Don't be stingy. We only hope that we can withstand this calamity. Hurry. The 3 high-grade immortal emperors let out heart-wrenching screams. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Furthermore, his voice was filled with a pleading tone. Everyone, don't be so calculative in this life and death situation. We did make some mistakes in our previous decisions. But now, it's not a matter of who's right and who's wrong. Right now, the most important thing is, don't be so calculative. It's to protect the immortal world. Everyone, move. At this point, the immortals were too embarrassed to say anything else. As a result, boom, 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 countless immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures exploded and merged into the shield. In fact, some immortals even destroyed their most precious treasures. The layers of the barrier grew stronger and stronger, until it took on a glass-like appearance. It enveloped the entire immortal world. This barrier was extremely thick. Brilliant and holy characters of the immortal world floated inside, as well as the energy of the great Tao laws. This defensive barrier was no small matter. After all, it was formed from the immortal force and life essence of all the immortals in the world of immortals. Not to mention the destruction of large batches of immortal treasures. The price was not cheap. All the immortals in the immortal world heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the barrier growing stronger. After all, such a formidable defensive barrier had never appeared in the history of the immortal dimension. Some of the more experienced immortal emperors even sighed. Even the monster god at his peak might not be able to break through this defense. That's right. Now that we're on the defensive, I believe we can still protect the immortal world. At worst, we won't be able to retaliate. However, as long as the Grand Mist Emperor returns to the immortal world, under his leadership, there's still a chance for us to retaliate. At the intersection of the immortal world and the monster world, 3 high-rank immortal emperors. As the defensive barrier grew stronger, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors who were on the verge of going berserk finally calmed down a little. They began to communicate with each other while trembling. Good, good. Fortunately, none of the immortals in the immortal world pursued the matter aggressively. They even put aside their prejudices and took out their immortal artifacts to form a barrier. This barrier is also very sturdy. Even if the 3 of us join forces to attack it for 10 days to half a month, we still won't be able to break through it. The heaven-devouring beast might be powerful, but it won't be able to devour us in one bite. We've already sent out the message. Hopefully, the Grand Mist Emperor will be able to sense it. AI. What exactly happened? Why did Luo Xiang die? Also, Luo Xiang's scheme is really unfathomable. She lured us to provide enough energy for the other heaven-devouring beast to hatch. Then, what about our son? Also, why did Luo Xiang suddenly die in the end? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about these questions anymore. The most important thing now is to fend off the attack from the monster world and the heaven-devouring beast. Several days passed. Waves of ferocious demonic chi spread from the monster world. The ground rumbled as if a magnificent army was charging towards the immortal world from the monster world. Yellow sand billowed. A horrifying atmosphere filled the air. In the immortal world, the group of immortals inside the defensive barrier looked towards the source of the sound. The immortals of the younger generation, as well as those with weaker cultivation levels, could not help but feel uneasy. As for the older generation of immortals, they held their heads high and puffed out their chests. Their eyes shone with the will to defend and fight. It's here. It's finally here. Our immortal world and the monster world will face this war sooner or later. This war of eternity. It will decide the fate of the whole world. Young immortals, abandon your fear and apprehension. Fight to the death. This fated battle had finally arrived. Drive out the demon clan, exterminate the demon clan, and return a clear sky. This is the duty of us immortals. Fight. Prepare for battle. Prepare to fight the demons. Mobilized by the older generation of immortals, all the immortals in the world of immortals were fired up. As for the 3 high-grade immortal emperors, They quickly entered the core region of the immortal world's defensive barrier and issued orders. Everyone, stabilize the defense. Don't be greedy and advance rashly. Defend first. As for the demon realm, at this moment, the densely packed demon race opened a path in front of them. Princess Yao sat on an ancient golden chariot pulled by 12 demon phoenixes. At the rear. Ha ha ha. Immortal world. This time, I will personally crush you bit by bit. Subdue you. Slaughter you. Ha ha ha, I'm so excited. Demon race. We're finally going to destroy the world of immortals. Princess Yao giggled coquettishly from the golden chariot. The demon race army in front of them. This demon race army was made up of all the demons in the demon realm. Their numbers were terrifying. Among them, there was no lack of old demons with powerful demon chi. Many of the demons revealed their true forms. Their huge and ferocious bodies tore through the air as they charged forward, emitting rumbling sounds. It was extremely terrifying. A scene of tens of thousands of horses charging forward. If one looked down from the sky, they would see the densely packed demon race, like ants, surging toward the immortal world like a tidal wave. It would make one's scalp go numb, as if an ant nest had exploded. The demon race numbered in the billions. Such a shocking number of demons gathered together and charged. The demon chi they emitted condensed. It soared into the sky like a beacon. It did not disperse, covering the sky and affecting the weather. The originally clear and cloudless sky actually started to snow. It seemed to be telling of the arrival of a cosmic catastrophe. Ever since the demon god was sealed, the demon realm had been without a leader for a long time. They had been oppressed by the immortal world. Now, they finally had a chance to turn the tables. Under the leadership of Princess Yao's invincible power, the demon race would definitely be able to destroy the immortal world with a crushing advantage. As a result, the demon race burst out with shocking and violent cries. Kill! Charge into the immortal world! Devour the immortals! Suck their brains! Delicious and nourishing brains! Kill! Kill! All of this happened in the depths of the distant universe. Xiao Han was completely unaware of the situation. At this moment, Xiao Han had already entered the mythical gate of the ancient Saber Realm. Inside the gate of the ancient Saber Realm were balls of light. These balls of light were the purest civilization of Saber intent. Each ball of light represented an ancient Saber soul. This was the purest, most mysterious, and most profound Saber soul. A Saber intent that surpassed the mastery stage. A treasure that every Saber wielder dreamed of. Good. I understand now. Xiao Han's soul had just entered the gate of the ancient Saber realm when a hint of enlightenment surged. It turned out that receiving the ancient Saber soul was to use one's essence, chi, spirit, soul, and natal Saber intent to fuse with the ancient Saber soul here. How much one could fuse depended on the strength of one's essence, chi, spirit, and soul, as well as the natal Saber intent. As a result, fusing and receiving the ancient Saber soul was not absolute for every Saber wielder who entered the gate of the Saber realm. Instead, those with a stronger soul and Saber intent would be able to receive more ancient Saber souls. On the other hand, those with a weaker soul and Saber intent would be able to receive fewer ancient Saber souls. I understand. I understand completely. Xiao Han's soul was filled with fiery ecstasy and worship of the ancient Saber intent civilization. Now, I'm going to fuse with the ancient Saber soul. I hope that I can fuse with an ancient Saber soul that's even larger than the one my master had, so that my Saber Dao can enter the ranks of the heavenly Dao. With a single thought, my Saber Chi can change the universe. The stronger the Saber intent, the higher the possibility of killing a demon god. Come on. Fuse. His mental strength moved. A smaller ancient Saber soul was pulled over by Xiao Han's mental strength and Saber intent. Two fused. Poof. They were mixed together, mutually devouring and crushing each other. Xiao Han's mental strength and Saber intent wanted to subdue and refine this ancient Saber intent, but this ancient Saber intent struggled and wanted to devour him. Humph. I've gone through all kinds of hardships, honed my Saber heart, and finally entered the gate of the ancient Saber realm. How can I relax at this crucial moment? Destroy! I'm going to devour this ancient Saber soul. Boom! Xiao Han's soul power exploded, burning with a crystal-clear mental strength flame. It started to burn the ancient Saber soul. P.S. The recent updates are not very good, and I haven't completed the amount I need to update. I don't dare to come out and meet people. I'm ashamed. The reason? Sigh. I'll give everyone an explanation when I finish the book. I regret it. I overestimated myself. Sigh. The demon god should finish the book before the spring festival, and then I'll explain it in detail. Forget it, my friend who's lacking in books can go and read a classic fantasy book. Supreme Miracle, Een in the Moon. This was a very powerful, refreshing, and extremely creative Eastern Xuanhuan. To be continued. Chapter 769. In the Dark Universe. The gate of the ancient Saber Realm, which was like a legend, was tightly shut. In the world inside the gate, Xiao Han's spirit, Qi, spirit and saber intent were being refined by the ancient saber souls. At this moment, Xiao Han had already completely understood the secrets and mysteries within the ancient Blade Realm gate. The ancient saber souls could be refined at will. It all depended on the strength of one's spirit, mind power and saber intent. It could be said that every powerful saber user, after entering the gate of the ancient saber realm, would receive different benefits. At this moment, Xiao Han tentatively pulled one of the ancient saber souls over and wrapped it around his spirit, soul and saber intent. His spirit flame burned as he forcibly extracted the essence of the ancient saber soul, and used it to refine his own spirit and saber intent. Pft, pft, pft. Although this ancient saber soul was extremely ancient, desolate, great, shining with dazzling saber light and vast saber intent, it was extremely prosperous. However, under the burning of Xiao Han's spirit flame, which was stronger than 3 high-level immortal emperors, this ancient saber soul struggled for a while and finally, Poochie, it exploded. They seemed to have been diluted and turned into fine, flawless blade spots that scattered into Xiao Han's spiritual star. At the same time, they also scattered into Xiao Han's spiritual star. At the same time, it also scattered into Xiao Han's spirit star. Xiao Han's spirit and saber intent were like a martial artist who had swallowed an immortal elixir to nourish himself. They were obviously strengthened. It was also like when he was forging iron. He had incorporated some precious materials into it. The quality of his body had improved. In short, after completely swallowing this ancient saber soul, Xiao Han's spirit had improved. Originally, the spirit of exterminating sky and earth had been cultivated to the final spirit finger technique by Xiao Han. But now, Xiao Han's spirit had broken free from its shackles and entered a higher level. This level. It had surpassed the limits of the spirit of exterminating sky and earth by many times. As for Xiao Han's saber intent, it had been thoroughly rendered ancient and had reached the acme of perfection. With a single thought, the saber intent could be forcefully divided into yin and yang. A single slash could split the chaos and create a new world. This was the so-called saber intent enslavement. Finally, Xiao Han had reached the realm he had always dreamed of. All right. That was great. So sword intent transcendent is such a wonderful state. Xiao Han had an epiphany. Mastery of sword intent is just to increase the attack power and lethality of the sword intent. The destructive power was pushed to the extreme. As for the saber intent, it entered spirit mastery. After receiving the ancient saber soul, the saber intent had become a kind of faith, a supreme energy that could create and rule over everything. With a single slash, he could slash through the void and sever yin and yang. Good. However, I've only devoured a little bit of the ancient saber soul. It's far from enough. Humph. The more the ancient saber soul devours, the stronger I will become. There's no rush, I'll take it slow. Once I devour all the ancient saber souls in this world, I'll truly reach the level of a deity descending to the mundane world. I'm afraid even a leader like the Grand Mist Emperor wouldn't be able to predict my realm. After completely digesting one ancient saber soul, Xiao Han quickly absorbed another ancient saber soul. His spiritual force soared into the sky, crackling as it burned. Xiao Han's strategy was also very clear. He would not be greedy and advance rashly. Instead, he would first choose the smaller ancient saber souls to devour. Only when his body's intrinsic quality had reached a certain level would he devour the stronger ancient saber souls. One step at a time. At the crucial moment, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Nibbling away bit by bit was the way to go. Just like that, Xiao Han stayed in the ancient saber world for 3 days and 3 nights. In these 3 days and 3 nights, Xiao Han worked tirelessly and devoured a total of 18 smaller ancient saber souls. As a result, whenever Xiao Han's spiritual force shone, it would be like a blazing sun, indestructible and impenetrable. At this time, Xiao Han's spiritual force's lethality was extremely terrifying. With just a slight shine, the water on the planet would evaporate, and the planet would be roasted into a giant ceramic ball. Moreover, Xiao Han's saber intent had reached a very terrifying level. Xiao Han even had a premonition that his current saber Dao, saber intent, saber civilization, and saber spirit had already surpassed his master. He had completely surpassed his master. In other words, Xiao Han could defeat his master, whom he had never met, just by using the 100 Lives saber principle to fight against immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. However, during the 3 days and 3 nights of refinement, Xiao Han also understood one thing. He could not stay in the gate of the ancient saber realm indefinitely. If he stayed for a long time, not only would his spiritual force become very tired, but the ancient saber realm would also produce a repulsive force against Xiao Han's spiritual force. Oh no! I have a feeling that I will be expelled from the ancient saber realm. If my estimation is correct, I can only stay here for another 10 days at most. Xiao Han condensed his spiritual force into a ball and observed his surroundings. Forget it! In these 3 days, my mental energy and saber intent have also strengthened significantly. In that case, I'll throw caution to the wind for the next 10 days. I will no longer be cautious. I will directly devour the most powerful ancient saber soul in the ancient saber realm. As Xiao Han's spiritual force locked on, he immediately discovered the largest saber soul in the ancient saber realm. It was in the central area, a huge ancient saber soul. No, seriously speaking, it was a planet of sabers. A planet made up of pure saber intent. This planet seemed to only have a diameter of about 100 zhang. However, it had been highly compressed. If it were to leave the ancient saber realm, this planet would expand to at least 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. It would become a real habitable planet for humans. Moreover, the planet would definitely be filled with saber chi and rich spiritual energy. It would allow countless humans to cultivate on this planet and become peerless saber masters. I will refine the most terrifying saber soul in the ancient saber realm. Xiao Han was ready to fight for his life. If I refine this saber soul planet, I will have the confidence to kill a demon god. If I can't refine it, I might explode. But it doesn't matter. If I don't try to refine it, I won't have the confidence to kill a demon god. Sooner or later, my body will be occupied by a demon god. I will die either way, so why not give it a try? As he thought of this, Xiao Han's spiritual force and his saber intent once again released a light that could burn everything. The brilliance of this light could not be described with words. Previously, when I refined the smaller saber souls, I actually held back. Now, I will no longer hold back. All my energy. Release for me. Refine this huge saber soul planet. Let me control the strongest saber soul in the universe. Boom! Xiao Han's spiritual force and saber intent had almost merged into one. It turned into a stream of light and directly shot into the saber soul planet. At the same time, in the Chenkuan bag, inside the Linglong pagoda, Xiao Han's body was as still as a rock, sitting quietly on the 4th floor of the Linglong pagoda. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body was fluctuating. Xiao Han's heart began to wriggle. Bulge, deflate. Bulge, deflate. This cycle repeated. Inside Xiao Han's body, inside his heart, there seemed to be a huge storm brewing. Moreover, a cold voice burst out from Xiao Han's body. Strange. I actually have a bad feeling about this. But I can't care so much anymore. I'm about to hatch that male heaven-devouring beast. Very soon. I'm about to succeed. The Immortal Realm. At this time, the Immortal Realm had already strengthened the defensive barrier to an extreme. Led by the 3 high-grade Immortal Emperors, all the Immortals had squeezed out all their energy. Moreover, all the Immortal weapons and Dharma treasures of slightly better quality had been broken to strengthen the defensive barrier. Finally, the demon race army had reached the edge of the defensive barrier. In other words, they had reached the border of the Immortal Realm. Billions of demon race soldiers covered the sky. Demon chi surged, and blood rained and the wind smelled. Roar! Kill! Destroy the Immortals! Conquer the immortal realm. Eat. Eat the immortals. Delicious immortals. Devour them. The demon race army erupted with bloodthirsty howls that filled the sky and covered the earth. Princess Yao, on the other hand, was holding the line at the back of the demon race army. She sat on the golden ancient demon chariot, suppressing her brutal and invincible aura. A pair of bloodthirsty and perverted eyes revealed the look of a cat toying with a mouse. She giggled, obviously not intending to attack immediately. She looked mockingly at the defensive barrier that the immortals had set up with all their might and said disdainfully, "You think this trashy defense can stop me? Heh. It seems that these immortals are really childish. I only need to release a bit of my power and this defense will collapse. However, I'll play around with these ignorant immortals and give them hope. Then, I'll tear this pathetic hope apart with my own hands." Heh. After a cold laugh, Princess Yao's voice was transmitted to the demon consciousness of every demon race soldier. Attack! Tear apart the defense set up by these immortals. Attack! The next moment. Boom! 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 Shockwaves of demon art and all sorts of dazzling demonic arts exploded and bombarded the defensive barrier of the immortal realm. Stop the attacks of these demon race soldiers. The three high-grade immortal emperors let out heart-wrenching howls. Stop them. Finally. The war between the immortals and the demon race had completely erupted. To be continued. Chapter 770. The ancient war between the immortal realm and the demon realm had finally begun. This was a historic war, and also a war that was set in stone. After this battle, it was decided that in the future, a race would be completely erased from history. Before this, the demon realm and the human realm had been at odds with each other for many years. However, they had always maintained a balance and tacit understanding. They would not start a race extermination war. Neither side had the confidence to defeat the other. But this time, Princess Yao led the demon realm's army out in full force. Their morale was high, and they wanted to take down the immortal realm in one fell swoop. Once the immortal realm was destroyed, the human realm and the lower realm would soon perish. At this moment, the densely packed demon arts and demon arts were like dazzling fireworks, exploding on the outer defensive barrier of the immortal realm, creating many potholes. As for the people of the immortal realm, they were united, resisting with all their might. They did not give up at all. This thick layer of immortal realm barrier was the condensation of the immortal force of billions of immortals. It was also the essence of countless immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures. It could be said that this layer of barrier contained the souls of immortals and Dharma treasures. One should know that every successful immortal artifact had a life of its own. It could be said that this layer of immortal artifact barrier contained the power of countless Dharma treasures sacrificed. The first wave of the demon realm's attack left densely packed marks on the barrier like a hornet's nest. But these marks were quickly repaired by themselves. Great! Our protective shield can withstand the demon clan army's crushing attack. At this moment, read. Countless immortals burst into heart-stirring roars. Quick! Swallow the pills and recover your immortal force. Once we've rested, we can kill our way out. We'll torture these filthy demon realm to death. The immortals roared and roared. They sat cross-legged. They began to swallow immortal pills. In the sky, countless pills and immortal talismans descended, cooling the area and helping the immortals recover their energy. It was the three high-rank immortal emperors who were casting spells and sharing their treasures. It could be said that after the first wave of the demon realm's attack, the immortals' fighting spirit began to rise. It began to rise steadily. They had confidence in this battle that did not look optimistic. At this moment, the three high-rank immortal emperors. It seems that the demons will not be able to break through our defensive line in a short period of time. Yes, according to the thickness of our defensive barrier, it can even last for half a year. In the past half a year, our strength has long recovered, and when the time comes, we will be able to recover our strength. Killing their way out was just when the demon clan's demonic power was exhausted. With this, we will be able to obtain victory in this battle. However, I keep feeling that something is amiss. Why did the heaven-devouring beast's aura suddenly disappear? Don't forget, the heaven-devouring beast has yet to make a move. Once the heaven-devouring beast intervenes in this battle, it will be hard to say who will win. Yes, we can't let our guard down. We need to strengthen our defenses. On the side of the demon clan. The demon clan was also full of energy. After the first wave of attack, they quickly organized a second and third wave of attacks. They were not limited to demonic arts, and they smashed towards the barrier of the immortal realm. Princess Yao still did not make a move. There was a cruel smile at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes flickered like a cat toying with a mouse. Attack. The more we attack, the higher the morale of these immortals will be. When they are full of confidence, I will personally make a move and destroy them. Haha. This is fun. This world is too boring for me. Conquering this world and the universe is a very easy thing. Therefore, I need to find some fun to relieve my boredom. Haha. It's really empty and lonely. I didn't find the aura of that wild demon in the immortal realm. Where did that guy hide? Damn it! Next, it was a one-sided attack and a one-sided defense. The demon clan's army continuously used their demonic arts to bombard the barrier of the immortal realm. However, there was no destructive gap in the barrier. As for the immortals, they seized the time to recover their vitality and build up their battle intent. A special area where the immortal realm and the universe intersected. It was a special cave abode created by a great immortal force. At this moment, the green-robed middle-aged immortal and Xiao Yunrong were standing by the river. The clear river water reflected the current battle between the immortal realm and the demon clan. One attack and one defense were clearly displayed in the river water. The green-robed immortal and Xiao Yunrong were watching the battle intently. Xiao Yunrong was extremely nervous. She clenched her fists tightly and her heart was filled with anxiety. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the demon clan's countless attacks were all in vain. She said excitedly, "Master, we can defend this place." On the other hand, the green-robed middle-aged immortal's face was tense. She's playing. The immortal realm is in danger. Master, what did you predict? What about him? What about Xiao Han? Xiao Yunrong asked, trembling with fear. Two heaven-devouring beasts. The green-robed middle-aged immortal's eyes narrowed. The female heaven-devouring titanic beast has already hatched, and the male heaven-devouring titanic beast will hatch soon. The immortal realm is in danger. All our hopes have been placed on Xiao Han. But at this moment, I can't feel Xiao Han's existence at all. He seems to have entered the ancient saber realm. Master, you should take action too. Xiao Yunrong said impatiently. You're the #1 immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world. You deserve to be the leader of the immortal world. Only you can save the situation. It turned out that this green-robed middle-aged immortal was the #1 immortal emperor in the immortal world. The Grand Mist Emperor. The Grand Mist Emperor took a deep breath. I won't abandon the immortal world. I will definitely take action. However, now is not the best time to take action. The war has just begun. In the boundless universe. The ancient saber realm. At this moment, Xiao Han was trying his best to refine and absorb the largest saber soul in the ancient saber realm. In other words, it was a highly condensed star saber soul. Xiao Han had already refined all his mental strength to the limit. It was completely ignited and wrapped around the saber soul planet to refine it. However, 5 days had passed. Xiao Han's mental strength was about to be overdrawn. He was extremely tired. However, he couldn't completely refine and control this saber soul planet. Oh no! 5 days have passed. There are only 5 days left. I'm in this ancient saber realm. I can only stay for 5 more days. 5 days later. I will be expelled from the ancient saber realm. I won't be able to enter the ancient saber realm for the rest of my life. The gate to the ancient saber realm can only be opened once for every saber user. This is the law of the universe. No saber user can go against it. However, based on the current situation, I won't be able to refine and control this ancient saber soul in 5 days. No. It wasn't easy for me, Xiao Han, to reach this step. I can't give up. Xiao Han's mental strength had reached an indestructible level. He would never give up in the face of adversity. Now, I'll stop refining it. It's useless to refine it like this. Think. I believe that no saber user in this universe can refine this saber soul planet. Even if Master Ju Dao Immortal Emperor was reborn, he would still be far from being able to refine it. However, since this saber soul planet exists, then it must be possible to refine it. It exists for saber users to refine. Xiao Han's heart. He had completely calmed down. He began to think and no longer acted recklessly. Refining means taking this saber soul planet for myself, breaking it down and turning it into my mental strength and saber intent. However, this is impossible. If this saber soul planet is released, it will become a planet full of saber chi. It's too difficult for a human to refine it. Even with my strength, my mental strength and the brilliance of my saber intent, I can't refine even 1,000th of it. There's something strange about this, Xiao Han began to think for a long time. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. The 4th day. On the 4th day, Xiao Han's mental strength and soul could clearly feel the rejection of the ancient saber realm. In other words, Xiao Han would be expelled from the ancient saber realm tomorrow. The gate to the saber realm would never be opened for Xiao Han again. And in these 4 days, apart from thinking, Xiao Han actually did nothing else. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's mental strength became clear and bright. It shone with boundless light. Why should I refine this saber soul planet by force? The way to control this saber soul planet is to be inseparable. I am the saber soul planet. The saber soul planet is also me. Integrate. Destroy and build. Yes, it's integration and destroy and build. Completely destroy my mental strength, soul, and saber intent. Integrate into this saber soul planet. Not refine, but integrate. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Xiao Han's soul, essence, chi and spirit, as well as the dragon of saber intent, were shattered. They turned into endless sharp spots of light and completely integrated into this huge saber soul planet. It was as if the surface of this saber soul planet was covered with a layer of golden powder. Integrate. Inseparable. At this moment, Xiao Han's essence, chi, spirit, soul, and saber intent were completely integrated into the saber soul planet. In an instant, Xiao Han's scattered thoughts absorbed a more mysterious, vast, and profound saber intent civilization. Just as Xiao Han had envisioned, he gradually became closely connected with this saber soul planet. Xiao Han's Qianquan bag. On the 4th floor of the Linglong Tower. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was wriggling even more violently. Waves of sinister and evil demonic aura were released from the top of Xiao Han's head. The demonic laughter of the demon god came from Xiao Han's body. In the battle that year at the Demon God River, I was sealed before I could devour the entire Demon God River. However, by coincidence, my rise was unstoppable. This time, that kid actually brought me to the Demon God River again, allowing me to finally achieve my wish and devour the Demon God River, and obtain the origin energy for incubation. Ha 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 ha. I'm about to be born. Then, let's first seize this kid's body. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han's facial features became distorted. Xiao Han's expression became extremely conflicted. Pa 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 pa. All the bones, muscles, and internal organs in Xiao Han's body burst out with a terrifying squeezing sound. The demon god had begun to seize his body. Xiao Han's physical body was resisting. To be continued. Chapter 771. Ancient Saber World. There was only 1 day left before the door to the ancient saber world closed and Xiao Han's soul was completely expelled. Finally, Xiao Han refined the largest saber soul star and made rapid progress. No, it should not be called refining, but rebuilding after destruction. He shattered his own mental force star, his own soul and saber intent to merge with this enormous saber soul star. Gradually, Xiao Han's soul, mental force, and saber intent began to merge with this enormous saber soul star intimately. Fragments of Xiao Han's mental force and saber intent fused with the saber soul star in a form visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the saber soul star began to wriggle. It was like a heart with life. The next moment, boom! The saber soul star erupted with thousands of rays of light. A ball of soul fire appeared in the center of the saber soul star. A ball of soul fire appeared in the center of the saber soul star. This was the reconstruction of Xiao Han's soul. Not only was the soul that had shattered itself reconstructed, but it also felt as if it had been reborn, like a dragon or snake shedding its skin. It was a brand new feeling. Moreover, the light emitted by Xiao Han's soul and mental force was many times brighter than the sun. Just the light of his mental force alone was enough to vaporize and destroy countless planets. This was the existence with the strongest soul among all the creatures born in the universe since ancient times. Moreover, Xiao Han's saber intent had merged with this saber soul star, reaching the ultimate realm of saber intent transcendent. Xiao. A huge saber soul star began to distort. It turned into a giant war saber. On the war saber, it was engraved with subtle and mysterious characters. The characters described the birth of the saber Tao after the primordial chaos, and the life stories of the outstanding saber users who had entered the ancient saber world's door. It was as if there was a world where countless reincarnations were born and destroyed. There was an indescribable vicissitudes and vastness. Soon, the giant war saber returned to the shape of a planet. And this planet had now become Xiao Han's natal saber intent. Now, Xiao Han's achievements were unimaginable and unfathomable to anyone. Even the #1 emperor of the immortal world would be dumbfounded if he saw Xiao Han's current situation. After all, Xiao Han had obtained far too much in the ancient saber realm. After all, there were many saber souls in the ancient saber realm. The bladesmen who entered relied on their own abilities. He could refine it at will. Those with stronger abilities would be able to refine more, while those with weaker abilities would be able to refine less. However, this saber soul star that Xiao Han controlled was the best in the ancient saber realm in terms of quality and size. In the past, the number of bladesmen who obtained the most after entering the ancient saber realm was probably not even a 10,000th of what Xiao Han obtained. That was to say, Xiao Han had obtained at least 10,000 times more than the other bladesmen. What did that mean? It was not that the bladesmen who came in the past did not want to refine this saber soul star. However, it was just a thought. What a joke. How was he supposed to refine such a huge sword soul planet? They could only look up to it and worship it, not daring to covet it. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had come up with a way to rebuild after destruction, and he had accomplished a magnificent feat. Of course, Xiao Han wasn't lucky. Destroying one's own soul, destroying one's own saber intent, and rebuilding after destruction required great wisdom and courage. None of the bladesmen in the past had such courage. Simply put, in terms of mental strength, Xiao Han was ranked first in the entire universe. In terms of soul, Xiao Han was also ranked first in the entire universe. In terms of saber Tao, Xiao Han was ranked first in the entire universe. Now, my combat strength has reached a whole new level. Humph. The light of my mental strength alone is enough to make the 3 high-grade immortal emperors beg for death. An unprecedented light shone from the saber soul star. It was round and flawless. Now, Xiao Han's confidence could no longer be shaken by anyone. He simply did not have any weaknesses. It was as if no one could defeat Xiao Han. I will have a battle with the demon god. I don't know how the demon god's progress in incubating the giant beast egg is. However, I don't need to fear him anymore. My saber intent has entered godly mastery. I control the strongest mental strength, the strongest soul, and the strongest saber intent since ancient times. I don't need to fear anything anymore. Moreover, I have the ability to fight against the demon god at his peak. The demon god wants to seize my body. That's a pipe dream. I will definitely make him suffer. However, Xiao Han did not become arrogant because of his great fortuitous encounter. Xiao Han also knew that he was not completely without weaknesses. In fact, Xiao Han's biggest weakness now was his physical body and immortal body. Relatively speaking, it was slightly weaker. For example, if he was attacked by the 3 high-grade immortal emperors with their immortal weapons and dharma treasures, his physical body and immortal body would definitely shatter. Of course, with Xiao Han's current mental strength and saber intent, it was almost impossible for him to be sneak attacked and let the opponent's attack land on his body. Moreover, in the depths of Xiao Han's heart, there was always a little gap. A gap in his heart. That was Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Han was a person who killed decisively and could be said to be ruthless. However, he had grudges and complaints. If there was enmity, he would take revenge. If there was kindness, he would repay it. Xiao Han asked himself honestly. He had never let go of an enemy in his life. However, he had never let down a benefactor. Only one person was an exception. Xiao Yunrong. Back in the mortal world, Xiao Yunrong was willing to take a highly poisonous medicine to save Xiao Han. This kindness could not be repaid even with death. However, Xiao Yunrong's life and death were unknown now. Whether in the mortal world or the immortal world, Xiao Han did not sense Xiao Yunrong's aura. Xiao Yunrong seemed to have disappeared in the vast universe. However, Xiao Han had a hunch that he still had a suspicion. Xiao Yunrong was still alive. In short, no matter what, if there was a flaw, then Xiao Yunrong was the only one in Xiao Han's heart. Once this flaw was fixed, Xiao Han's cultivation and saber Dao would be completely perfected and flawless. Then, he would reach an unprecedented new height. Forget it. I hope I can see Yunrong again in my life. Xiao Han sighed slightly and then calmed himself down. Tomorrow, I will be expelled from this ancient saber realm. I still have some time. In for a penny, in for a pound. Shockingly, the Saber Soul planet emitted a whirlpool-like rotating suction force, shining brightly in all directions. It had actually absorbed all the other ancient Saber Souls floating in all directions. Devour. Xiao Han controlled the ancient Saber realm. After the largest Saber Soul, it was equivalent to refining the entire ancient Saber realm's core. Now, refining the smaller Saber Souls was simply a piece of cake. Just like the Tao of Monarch and Minister, the Saber Soul planet was the Monarch and the smaller Saber Souls were the Ministers. If the Monarch wanted the Ministers to die, the Ministers had no choice but to die. Shio, shio, shio. For a moment, the ancient Saber realm was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. All the Saber Souls rushed towards Xiao Han's Saber Soul planet, frantically devouring and refining. Xiao Han's Spirit Soul Saber intent rose steadily and could not be stopped. The war between the immortal world and the demon world. The demon world's army continuously attacked the immortal world's defensive barrier. All sorts of demonic arts struck the defensive barrier. However, the barrier was so strong that it withstood the attacks of the demon world. This made the demon world's army anxious. They could not help but hope that Princess Yao could shatter the turtle shell-like barrier in one move. However, they did not dare to take the initiative to mention this to Princess Yao. The people of the immortal world, on the other hand, were resting and recovering their strength. They wanted to restore their strength to their peak state in one go and kill their way out. Some of the experienced immortal emperors had already completely recovered. They rubbed their palms and flew around, itching to kill their way out. Moreover, more and more immortals gradually recovered their immortal force. Their battle intent soared and they were ready to kill their way out. The immortal world's great counterattack was about to begin. Princess Yao concealed her aura and giggled as if she was watching a good show. This is fun, this is fun. These idiots from the immortal world are slowly gaining momentum and confidence. This seat can feel their determination and battle intent. Haha, this is fun. Let's play for a while longer. When they can no longer hold themselves back and are about to launch a desperate counterattack, this seat will use a little bit of strength to destroy their hopes. At that time, they will truly understand the meaning of a disaster. Princess Yao chuckled. Chenkuan pouch, Linglong pagoda. Xiao Han's body was twisting. His face was twisting. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of eggshell cracking came from Xiao Han's heart. Ha ha ha. This seat's incubation is nearing its end. Ha 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 ha. This seat has finally completed my long-cherished wish of many years. Finally, I've created the strongest species in the universe. This seat, the invincible sovereign who has dominated the world, and this male heaven-devouring beast. This is the strongest combination. The most perfect combination. Humph. That female heaven-devouring beast, no matter who hatched it, is definitely not my match. Even the primordial emperor of the immortal world would die in my hands when he hatched that female heaven-devouring beast. Creak, creak, creak. Xiao Han's physical body emitted a terrifying sound that sounded like an earthquake. It seemed like it was about to disintegrate. Humph. This flesh shell is really tough. It's a rare immortal body. It's actually resisting my possession. But it doesn't matter. This body will belong to me sooner or later. Yes, Xiao Han's physical body was a dual attribute immortal body. Therefore, it would not be easy for the demon god to forcibly seize Xiao Han's physical body. However, the demon god was extremely confident. He believed that he could control Xiao Han's body. Even if Xiao Han's soul returned to his body, the demon god was confident that he could instantly erase Xiao Han's soul. P.S. I recommend a very popular book recently, Super Extraction. The author is Feng Xiaoyu. It's a rare good book about urban supernatural abilities. Those who are lacking in books can go read it. To be continued. Chapter 772. Ancient Saber Realm. 2-3-X. After Xiao Han succeeded and gained control of the largest Saber Soul planet, he started to clean up the mess, devouring all the remaining smaller ancient Saber Souls. The process was very smooth. The Saber Soul planet was the king, and the smaller Saber Souls were the subjects. Everything under the sky belonged to the king, and everyone within the 4 seas belonged to the king. It was too easy for the king to subdue his subjects. In just a few hours, Xiao Han controlled the Saber Soul planet and absorbed all the Saber Souls in the ancient Saber realm. In other words, Xiao Han had obtained the wealth left behind by the entire ancient Saber realm. From now on, no Saber user in the entire universe would be able to cultivate Saber intent to the godly state, no matter how talented a Saber user was. If one were to say that Xiao Han was an unprecedented swordsman, that was because, since ancient times, the largest Saber Soul in the ancient Saber realm had not been absorbed by Xiao Han. If one were to say that Xiao Han would never have a successor, that was because he had cut off the path of future generations of swordsmen. At this moment, Xiao Han's spirit, soul, and saber intent had all reached an extremely glorious level, allowing him to create a huge world with a single slash. One world. I finally succeeded. Xiao Han's confidence and battle intent once again rose to the highest point. Demon God. You hid in my heart and used me as a cover to incubate, causing me to hesitate. Now, it's time to end this. Crack. The gate to the ancient Saber realm slowly opened. Xiao Han's Saber Soul planet drifted out. From now on, this gate to the ancient Saber realm, it would close forever. It would never open again. Because the ancient Saber realm no longer existed in this world. The Saber Soul planet floated in the vast universe. Return. My soul should return to my body. Xiao Han was about to return his soul. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul sensed a great danger. Previously in the ancient Saber realm, Xiao Han had not only isolated himself from the outside world, but also cut off the connection between his soul and his physical body. It was also cut off. Now that his soul came out from the ancient Saber realm, Xiao Han immediately shuddered. A destructive sense of danger was transmitted to Xiao Han's soul. My physical body seems to be facing destruction. Xiao Han did not hesitate at all. Return to body. Although with Xiao Han's current mental strength, even if his physical body was destroyed, he could completely use any object to be reborn. However, he was absolutely unwilling to abandon his physical body. Xiao. The Saber Soul planet turned into the most dazzling meteor and charged forward. Return to the physical body. The Cosmos Sack and the Exquisite Pagoda. Xiao Han's physical body. At this moment, in the heart of Xiao Han's body, the sound of eggshells cracking rang out. Then, an ancient, boundless, brutal, invincible, demonic, terrifying aura emerged from Xiao Han's heart. The whole Linglong Pagoda swelled up because of this aura. It looked like it was about to explode. One should know that the Linglong Pagoda was one of the most precious celestial weapons in the celestial world. Its quality was extraordinarily high, but it was actually unable to withstand the impact of a single breath. What's going on? Is this the room where Master is in seclusion? Bai Shi and the other living beings in the alternate dimension cried out in horror, and rushed to the door of the room where Xiao Han's physical body was. However, the door was tightly shut and they could not enter. Out of respect for their master, they could not force their way in. Naturally, they would not know about the demon gods hatching. Rumble. Rumble. The violent fluctuation was like a tsunami breaking through the sky. Almost in an extremely short time, the Linglong Pagoda would not be able to withstand the impact and disintegrate. No. It doesn't seem to be Master's aura. Bai Shi frowned slightly. This aura is countless times stronger than Master's. It has the aura of the demon clan. Moreover, it has the strongest fluctuation of life in the universe. It seems to be heaven-devouring beast. 99 Sure and the others said in unison. They could see the fear in each other's eyes that was bordering on despair. Previously, the owner of the Absolute Saber said that the birth of the heaven-devouring beast would mean the extinction of the universe. Could it be? In the room where Xiao Han's physical body was. At this moment, Xiao Han's physical body was completely wrapped in a kind of evil and the strongest fluctuation of life in the universe. Ha ha ha. It has finally hatched successfully. Ha ha ha. The strength of this heaven-devouring beast is really too strong. It deserves to be called the strongest living body in the universe. It is actually many times stronger than me at my peak. Ha ha ha. I see. This power is enough to conquer the entire universe. Then let's try conquering this body first. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han? This young man's body is very interesting and very stubborn. However, after I hatched the heaven-devouring beast, I have become invincible in the universe. Conquering and controlling this body is as easy as turning my hand. Stand up for me. Under the strong fluctuation of the demon god's willpower, Xiao Han's physical body suddenly moved slowly as if he was about to stand up. Xiao Han's facial expression was extremely distorted and ferocious. He was struggling madly and was not prepared to be manipulated. However, after the hatching was successful, the demon god possessed its own strength and the strength of the male heaven-devouring beast. The two kinds of unbelievably strong strength, the two most powerful forces in the world, had perfectly combined. Soon, Xiao Han's physical body lost control bit by bit. He started to stand up from his cross-legged position. Xiao Han's struggling face also gradually calmed down. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile that did not belong to him. Gaga gaga. At the same time, a dim light started to move from Xiao Han's heart to his brain. As long as this dim light successfully entered Xiao Han's brain, Xiao Han's body would be completely occupied, taken over. Because Xiao Han's soul had already left his body, it would be extremely easy for the demon god to take over his body. There would be almost no resistance. Ha ha ha. Young man Xiao Han, you should feel honored. I will use your body to complete the great plan of conquering the entire universe. Ha 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 ha. That dim light had already moved to Xiao Han's neck. At this moment, demon god, go to hell. I will destroy your soul. You're everything. Suddenly, a domineering light that was 1,000 times hotter than the sun shot directly into Xiao Han's brain. No, it shouldn't be said to be shot into Xiao Han's brain. To be more accurate, it was returned to Xiao Han's brain. Xiao Han's soul had returned. What? You're actually this strong? The demon god's voice was filled with great shock and fear. Then, but this is nothing. The stronger you are, the stronger I will be after I take over your body. Good. Very good. Your improvement makes me even happier. This is great. This is a power that surpasses the primordial emperor. Young man Xiao Han, you've actually grown to this level. This is saber intent. This is a terrifying saber intent that encompasses the entire ancient times. It can kill me at my peak. You're the strongest human. You're the strongest human since the beginning of time. But I've already fused with the heaven-devouring beast. You're no match for me. Boom, 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 boom. A battle broke out inside Xiao Han's body. It was a battle between Xiao Han's soul and the demon god's life force. This was an evenly matched battle. However, the battle quickly calmed down and turned into a hidden contest of strength. It was a battle where the energy was concentrated. After all, whether it was the demon god or Xiao Han, neither of them wanted to destroy this body. And this kind of battle was even more dangerous. The result of the battle was, either Xiao Han devoured the life force of the demon god and the heaven-devouring beast, or the demon god devoured Xiao Han's soul. The surging waves in the room stopped, and everything was calm and tranquil. Xiao Han's body sat down cross-legged again. Two great forces were fighting inside his body. The Linglong pagoda that was on the verge of collapse also stabilized. Baisher and the other living beings in the alternate dimension looked at each other in shock. Wait. I sensed Master's life force again. Master is fine. But from now on, we'll guard outside the door. Baisher frowned. Time flew. 10,000 years? 100,000 years? No one knew how many years had passed. Xiao Han's body was covered in dust. Inside Xiao Han's body, the battle between the demon god and Xiao Han's soul continued. Neither of them could seize control of this body. However, time inside the Linglong pagoda was not valuable. Outside the Linglong pagoda, the immortal world. At this time, the war between the immortal world and the demon world had lasted for as long as a month. The defensive shield formed by all the immortals and countless immortal artifacts had finally been depleted by half of the demon world's energy. However, the demonic power of the demon army was in a state of being overdrawn. Some of the weaker demon world's demons had even stopped their attacks. The demon world's demons were showing signs of decline. On the other hand, the immortals in the immortal world were recuperating. They had regained their peak immortal chi. Countless immortals were brimming with fighting spirit. Counterattack. These demon world's demons can't hold on anymore. They're strong in appearance but weak in reality. These filthy demon world's demons have been so smug for so long. Let's charge out now and destroy them. Kill them all. On the golden chariot, Princess Yao had a faint smile on her face. Fun, this is really fun. It looks like these immortals have forgotten themselves. It's time for me to make a move and strike a blow to their arrogance. I'll make them fall from the peak of high spirits to the bottom of the valley. To be continued. Chapter 773. In this long war between the immortal world and the demon world, the immortal world adopted the strategy of defending and counterattacking. Well, of course it was also because the immortal world was weak that they chose this strategy. But now, it seemed that the strategy of the immortal world had succeeded. Now, looking at the whole war, the immortal world's morale was high and their fighting spirit was surging. In the beginning, the people of the immortal world were prepared to defend to the death. At the same time, they tried their best to recover their immortal force in preparation for death. However, after attacking for many days, the people of the demon world only consumed a large part of the immortal world's defensive shield. They did not completely destroy it. The more profound consequence was that the people of the demon world began to feel tired. The consumption of their demonic force was very serious. Their morale was also severely weakened and dispirited. One side weakened and the other strengthened. At this time, inside the immortal world's defensive shield, some senior immortal emperors were full of divine light. Their eyes were full of immortal chi. They floated in the void and took the initiative to ask for battle. 3 high-level immortal emperors, I believe your immortal force must have recovered to the extreme. The demon race's army is already at the doorstep of our immortal world. This was something that had never happened before since the beginning of time. It's a great shame to our immortal world. However, we are united and finally withstood the attack of the demon race. Then, 3 high-level immortal emperors, please lead us and kill our way out. Counterattack 1. Part 1, Ibdu. We have to fight back. Attack the demon world in one fell swoop. Destroy all the demon race in this universe. Kill them all. Countless immortals were full of energy. Battle. It had reached an unprecedented stage. Kill. The demon race is not as strong as we thought. They have attacked for so many days. But they still couldn't break our defense. Kill. Kill them while they are weak. This is the best chance. We can't delay. We can't be like last time. After sealing the demon god, we didn't follow up and gave the demon race a chance to breathe. This time, we must destroy the demon race. All the immortals took the initiative to ask for battle. At this time, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were a little hesitant. The situation doesn't seem right. Isn't it too smooth for us? Based on the current situation, once we counterattack, we will be able to kill them. It is indeed capable of annihilating the demon race. Could it be that our previous worries were all unnecessary? No. We clearly felt the heaven-swallowing beast's aura pressing down on us. But now, the heaven-swallowing beast's aura has completely disappeared without a trace. Instead, we have gained a huge advantage. Could it be a conspiracy? Silence. The 3 high-grade immortal emperors were extremely cautious. They didn't dare take the risk, they didn't dare to fight to the death, they didn't have that kind of courage. They were afraid of failure. Conspiracy? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any conspiracy. Think about it. Once the demon race gained control of the heaven-devouring beast, it would definitely be an overwhelming advantage. It's enough to destroy our immortal world. It won't even be a problem for us to conquer the universe. Why aren't the heaven-swallowing beasts attacking us? In the face of great power, all schemes are useless. Since you have the ability to destroy us easily, why do you need to scheme? That's right. I also think that there's no conspiracy. The heaven-swallowing beasts can just charge over directly. Attack! Counterattack! We have nothing to worry about right now. Luo Xiang is already dead, and we don't even know if our son is dead or alive. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, kill them. If we hesitate now, then our status in the immortal world will be questioned. Previously, when we tricked all the immortals to attack that formation, they were already dissatisfied. If we continue to be afraid and don't dare to fight, when that time comes, I'm afraid it'll be hard to clean up the mess. Moreover, according to our analysis, the heaven-swallowing beast's aura that we sensed earlier might just be an illusion. The demon race might have captured some of the heaven-swallowing beast's aura and used it to intimidate us, making us suspicious. Forget it, counterattack. Give the order to counterattack. How hateful. That bastard Grand Mist Heavenly Emperor actually hasn't appeared yet. He's really not involved in this matter. If these 3 high-grade immortal emperors knew that Princess Yao wasn't playing any conspiracy, but was just a game of cat and mouse, purely toying with them, who knew if they would faint from anger? Toying with the entire immortal world was something that not even the demon gods at their peak had done. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors decided to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Very soon, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors made a vehement speech. All the immortals of the immortal world, your courage was exchanged for the retreat of the demon race. That's right. Now, our immortal world has gained the upper hand in this epic battle. Yes, you're right. We must seize this opportunity to exterminate the demon race. Give me back my sunny days. Then, let's attack. Everyone, gather your aura and prepare to attack. Under the command of the 3 high-grade immortal emperors, the group of immortals became even more spirited. They started to get into formation and prepare to attack. This is bad. The army of the immortal world is going to counterattack. This is bad. Our demonic chi is about to be depleted. At this time, the counterattack of the immortal world will definitely be like a whirlwind. We won't be able to resist. That lord. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Princess Yao sat in the golden war chariot calmly. This is fun, this is really fun. The troops of the immortal world are actually trembling. Their aura is very obvious. From the initial exhaustion, their morale is now very high. Good. Let this seat pour a bucket of cold water on you. Ha ha ha. This is too fun. Just as she finished speaking, roar! Princess Yao's small cherry mouth suddenly opened wide like a blood basin, expanding to its limit. That huge mouth seemed to contain an endless abyss that could devour everything. Destroy everything. Even the universe seemed to be able to be engulfed in one mouth. The violent sound wave directly covered the defensive barrier of the immortal world. In an instant. Poochie! Crack! The defensive barrier of the celestial realm was suddenly filled with cracks. It was in imminent danger. Princess Yao finally made a move. No, to be precise, Princess Yao did not make a move. All she did was roar. Or in other words, she merely let out a soft roar. This roar condensed and roared towards the immortal world. Before the demon race army could react, the defensive barrier of the demon world was almost destroyed by the roar. The might of this roar surpassed the continuous attacks of the demon race army for many days. Immortal world. Just as the momentum of the immortal world's army reached its limit and was about to rush out, he jerked violently. The entire immortal world was shaking. Violently shaking. As if the earth was splitting and the mountains were collapsing. As if a tsunami was breaking the sky. As if the world was going to be destroyed. The powerful airflow swept across the immortal world, causing all the flying immortals to be shaken down. Then, bang, 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 bang. In the immortal world, the densely packed immortal mountains and buildings were all shattered and turned into dust. The high spirits of the immortals fell to the bottom in an instant. One by one, the immortals looked dumbfounded at the immortal world's defensive barrier that was about to completely shatter. 3 great high-grade immortal emperors. At this moment, they were on the verge of collapse. This is... What kind of power is this? It broke our defense in an instant. It's too easy. It's countless times stronger than the demon gods at their peak. This is... It's the power of the heaven-devouring beast. Why? Why did it erupt at this moment? It has been dormant all this time. Could it be that the heaven-devouring beast is playing with us? Ha ha, what a foolish immortal. Do you really think that you have the ability to lead this war? Ha ha ha. I'm just bored and playing around. And at this moment, I'm hungry. Qin Wentian laughed. The evil voice pierced through heaven and earth. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the immortal world, the three experienced immortal emperors flew out of the defensive barrier uncontrollably. Before the three experienced immortal emperors could react, Princess Yao rose from the golden war chariot and opened her bloody mouth. The three experienced immortal emperors entered her mouth directly. Then came the sound of chewing and sucking. Hee hee, the taste is really delicious. Then Princess Yao licked her lips and said with satisfaction, "From now on, this seat is going to eat you one by one." Hee hee hee. In the special space where the immortal world and the universe intersected, the Grand Mist Emperor sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals as he calculated. This is bad. That beast has finally made its move. Our immortal world is in danger. As for Xiao Han, the Grand Mist Emperor's gaze looked into the distance, as if he had seen the location of Xiao Han's cosmos sack. Xiao Han has already come out from the ancient saber world and is currently wrestling with the demon gods. Master, what should we do? Xiao Yunrong asked anxiously. The Grand Mist Emperor stood up and said solemnly. Right now, Master needs to make a move and deal with that beast. Yunrong, wait here. After Xiao Han defeats the demon gods, Master will arrange for you to meet with him and get rid of the only flaw in his heart, completing his mission. Yunrong, you are the biggest demon in Xiao Han's heart. As long as he reunites with you, Xiao Han will comprehend the great Tao to the extreme and enter a realm that no one can imagine. However, Xiao Han is currently fighting with the demon gods. It's not suitable for you to appear. Master, what if Xiao Han loses the battle with the demon gods? Xiao Yunrong asked in horror. Then, the entire immortal world, the entire universe will be destroyed. The Grand Mist Emperor said with absolute certainty. As soon as his words fell, boundless light gathered around the Grand Mist Emperor's body. His right hand turned into a giant palm of light, as if it could control all the light in the universe. In an instant, the Grand Mist Emperor's right hand grabbed down. From tens of thousands of miles away, he grabbed towards Princess Yao. At the moment of life and death, the #1 leader of the immortal world finally made his move. To be continued. Chapter 774. After Princess Yao was done playing around, the morale of the immortal world army was already at its peak, and the demon race army was at its weakest. Princess Yao made her move. She had cruelly destroyed the good mood of the immortal world army. With just a gentle roar, the defensive barrier protecting the immortal world was already shattered. The entire immortal world was immediately in a state of doomsday. The immortals felt as if they had fallen from the peak to the bottom of the valley. They were terrified and desperate, unable to control themselves. This kind of despair seemed to come from the depths of his bloodline, from the origin of his soul. It was the fear and inferiority that a lowly being should have towards a supreme being. This was the despair ordinary living beings felt towards the heaven-devouring beast. Although the immortal world had large amounts of immortal energy and unparalleled immortal emperors, even immortals were so insignificant in front of the heaven-devouring beast's life force. This was a completely different level of life structure. Whether it was in the immortal world or the Yao world, or even in any corner of the universe, the heaven-devouring beast was publicly acknowledged as the #1 behemoth in space, the strongest life form in the universe. Logically speaking, a heaven-devouring beast should indeed dominate the universe. However, the heaven-swallowing beasts were limited by their low reproductive ability and intelligence. At this moment, Princess Yao had completely made up for the heaven-devouring beast's lack of intelligence. It was the perfect union between the demon prince and the female heaven-devouring beast. YBDU. Not only did it possess the strongest power in the universe, but it also possessed extraordinary intelligence and could even display demonic techniques. An invincible creature. It was countless times stronger than the heaven-devouring beast itself. After fooling around for a while, Princess Yao's roar shattered the protective barrier of the immortal realm, shocking all the immortals. The immortals were scared silly. Afterward, he grabbed a few immortals from afar. He chewed and swallowed the food heartily. Moreover, he even said that he would eat all the immortals one by one. He completely regarded the immortals as livestock waiting to be slaughtered. At this critical moment, the Grand Mist Emperor finally made his move. A hand of light directly grabbed towards the complacent Princess Yao. This hand of light could attract all the light in the universe, any energy that emitted light. None of them could be compared to this hand of light. This was boundless light. The energy contained within it had already surpassed celestial energy and touched the edge of the power of the universe. It was the light of the universe. However, this hand did not contain the intent of slaughter. Instead, it was as warm as the spring breeze, like nature full of vitality. It was as if God was caressing life. Interesting. Princess Yao's life force was completely engulfed by this cosmic light hand. However, Princess Yao's figure did not move at all. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he seemed to be eager to give it a try. A bunch of trash. Finally, there's someone to hold up the facade. This seat's fun has increased by a lot. Ha ha ha. As she spoke, Princess Yao also formed a giant hand and grabbed forward, forcefully withstanding the hand of light. Princess Yao's enormous hand was completely different from the hand of light. It was a pitch-black hand without any light. There was absolutely no light. It was the pinnacle of darkness. This enormous hand was lightless, but it was the hand of the black hole of the abyss, the devil hand that could devour all life. Bang! The hand of light and the abyssal demon hand finally collided. Time seemed to have stopped. The entire universe seemed to revolve around these two giant hands that were powerful enough to destroy 3,000 great worlds. It was as if the universe was destroyed, all living beings were annihilated, and only these two giant hands were left. This was an unprecedented confrontation. Within the immortal world's defensive barrier, all the immortals burst out shouting at the top of their lungs. The Grand Mist Emperor has finally made his move. The strongest leader of our immortal world has finally burst out with the power to save the world. The Grand Mist Emperor's power is too powerful. He has already touched the heavenly Tao, a power that immortals can't reach. The Grand Mist Emperor will definitely crush that monster and defend the dignity of the immortal world. Then he will lead us, counterattack the demon clan and annihilate them all. At this time, the immortals who had lost all their confidence rallied and strengthened their belief in victory. He had placed all his hopes on the Grand Mist Emperor. Even the 3 high-rank immortal emperors were already kneeling. Moreover, the moment the Grand Mist Emperor made his move, they clearly understood how terrifying the gap between them and the Grand Mist Emperor was. Time stopped. The Hand of Light and the Abyssal Demon Hand seemed to have fought for countless years. Finally, bang! The entire world was covered in spots of light. The dense specks of light scattered in all directions like snowflakes. Then, not fun. You only managed to resist a little. In fact, you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Shockingly, the Hand of Light was shattered. Shatter. The Abyssal Demon Hand had destroyed the Hand of Light. In other words, in a direct confrontation with Princess Yao, the Grand Mist Emperor was utterly defeated. A special region where the immortal world and the universe intersected. It was the Grand Mist Emperor's hand. The Grand Mist Emperor sat cross-legged beside the green willow brook. The next moment, pooh! Blood spurted out from the Grand Mist Emperor's mouth, and his face turned slightly pale. Master! Xiao Yunrong let out a scream of horror and said in an incredulous voice, Master, you're injured? Xiao Yunrong couldn't believe it at all. In Xiao Yunrong's heart, the Grand Mist Emperor was an invincible existence, undefeatable. He was fully deserving of being the leader of the immortal world. He was otherworldly and had seen through the heavenly Tao. It was impossible for anyone to defeat him. But now, that evil creature is too strong. He has completely surpassed the demon god at his peak. There was a hint of fear in the Grand Mist Emperor's eyes. In fact, in these few years, Master has not been able to control himself. In fact, I've been painstakingly comprehending the origin of the universe. I've asked myself about my strength. I've improved a lot compared to the past, and I've come into contact with the heavenly Tao. I can even defeat the demon god at that time. But this evil creature is not only stronger than the demon god, but it has also perfectly merged with the aura of the heaven-devouring beast. I can't defeat it. Forget it. I've injected all my energy and treasures into the immortal world to form a defensive barrier. I hope it can buy us some time. As he spoke, the Grand Mist Emperor's gaze once again fell on Xiao Han's Qianquan pouch. The hope of saving the universe rests on you, young man. As soon as his voice fell, the Grand Mist Emperor's body glowed with a dazzling light, illuminating the world. It was as if all the energy in his body had been squeezed out and released. There were also a few of the Grand Mist Emperor's most precious immortal artifacts. All the energy shrouded the immortal world. A layer of blazing light barrier was condensed. This barrier was many times more brilliant than the one created by the group of immortals just now. All the immortals within the barrier felt as warm as spring, as if everything was brimming with hope. In addition, Xiao Yunrong was secretly hidden by the Grand Mist Emperor, wrapped in vitality. The moment Xiao Han defeated the demon god and appeared in the immortal world, the Grand Mist Emperor would release Xiao Yunrong to meet Xiao Han, to make up for the only flaw in Xiao Han's heart. Ha ha ha, giving up on attacking? Princess Yao looked at the defensive barrier that the Grand Mist Emperor had set up with interest. How boring. Forget it. Let this seat destroy this defensive barrier. This is the final barrier of the immortal world. But to this seat, it won't even be able to withstand a single blow. Qianquan pouch. The fourth floor of the Linglong Pagoda. In a secret cultivation room. Xiao Han's physical body was silent, as if he had stopped breathing, like a withered tree or grass. And inside this physical body, a peerless battle was taking place. This was the bitter battle between Xiao Han's spiritual and soul saber intent, the demon god and the male heaven-devouring beast. It could be said that the intensity of this battle was even greater than the battle between the Grand Mist Emperor and Duke Yao. Moreover, because they were inside the Linglong Tower, the flow of time was many times slower than the outside world. Therefore, Xiao Han and the demon god had been fighting for tens of thousands of years. Until now, there was still no winner. Brat, I didn't expect your mental strength to be so strong. This saber intent should be the strongest saber intent in the universe. Amazing. To think that you've grown to such a level. From a living target in the mortal world to such a realm. I have to say, Brat, you're a miracle. If I didn't incubate the aura of the male heaven-devouring beast, I would have been killed by you by now. However, Brat, don't think that you can defeat me. You're still not strong enough. It's true that you're one of the strongest people in the universe now. But you can't defeat the perfect combination of me and the heaven-devouring beast. Of course, it's not possible for me to seize your body. I won't keep you company anymore. Finally, pooh! A fierce aura rushed out from the top of Xiao Han's head. The aura was like a cosmic storm. As soon as it rushed out, it tore the Linglong Pagoda and the Cosmos Sack apart. As soon as the aura rushed out, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had escaped into the boundless universe. In the next moment, Madhav *Cur. I let him escape. Xiao Han stood up abruptly. Saber light flickered around his body. There wasn't a single flaw. With a slight shake, the dust on his body was shattered, revealing the luster and aura of the sheep-fat white jade. At this moment, Xiao Han had also flown out of the Linglong Pagoda. At this moment, the Linglong Pagoda and the Cosmos Sack, the two immortal artifacts, were greatly damaged. Xiao, Bai Shi and the other creatures in the alternate dimension, Wu, Xiao Ming Chu, and the others all rushed out and surrounded Xiao Han like stars surrounding the moon. Xiao Han, what was that energy fluctuation just now? It's too powerful. What is that? Wu's expression changed. Bai Shi and the others also said anxiously. Master, are you all right? It's the demon god. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. No, to be precise, it's the combination of the demon god and the strongest creature in the universe. In the end, he succeeded. Recalling the battle with the demon god, Xiao Han knitted his brows. He had used almost all the means he had, but he still couldn't kill the demon god. However, what made Xiao Han feel slightly relieved was that the problem that had troubled him for countless years was finally solved. The hidden danger in his heart had finally been completely eliminated. Now, Xiao Han's heart was no longer in danger. His spirit was once again strengthened. I'm going to get out of the mountain and chase after the demon god now. That fellow escaped. Once he arrives in the immortal dimension, he'll carry out a massacre, and no one will be able to stop him. Xiao Han said seriously. To be continued. Chapter 775. Xiao Han and the demon god had been fighting for tens of thousands of years in order to snatch Xiao Han's body. However, the demon god's efforts were in vain. In the end he failed. So he simply fled. It could be said that the demon god was forced to flee by Xiao Han. When the demon god was living in Xiao Han's heart, he hatched peacefully. He thought that this young man's body was tailor-made for him. It would be the body that he would use to travel the universe in the future. Moreover, the demon god was very satisfied with this body. Indeed, if Xiao Han did not have a series of fortuitous encounters, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being possessed by the demon god. However, beyond the demon god's expectations, Xiao Han actually became so powerful in such a short time. He could be said to be abnormal. The demon god also admitted that the current Xiao Han was already one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. Even after merging with the male heaven-devouring beast, the demon god could not defeat Xiao Han. Left with no choice, the demon god's perfect plan was finally abandoned. However, Xiao Han's heart was currently filled with impatience. Although the demon god did not possess me, he has already achieved his goal. Right. The demon god's greatest goal was to hatch the heaven-devouring beast and fuse his soul into the heaven-devouring beast's life. The demon god completed this plan in Xiao Han's heart. He succeeded. Damn it! If I had come out of the ancient saber realm earlier, I would have been able to kill the demon god before the fusion was completed. It's just that I was a little late. Xiao Han was also very regretful. If the demon god had not succeeded, with Xiao Han's current spirit soul saber intent, he could have killed the demon god instantly. He could have destroyed the demon god's divine soul. Now, he's a great source of trouble. Xiao Han frowned. This demon god is so powerful that he is almost invincible in the entire universe. Even if I obtained all the saber souls in the ancient saber world, I can't do anything to him. I can't kill him. Once he reaches the immortal world, he will be able to sweep through everything. Xiao Han made a prompt decision. By sure. Release your immortal force now. Repair the gap between the cosmos sack and the exquisite pagoda. I will immediately chase after the demon god. One must know that Bai Shur and the other beings from the alternate space had already become high-tier immortal emperors after cultivating in the Linglong Pagoda. In other words, Xiao Han's plane had a total of 100 high-grade immortal emperors guarding it. This was definitely a terrifying force. The combined forces of 100 high-level immortal emperors was indeed enough to repair the Linglong Pagoda and Chengkuan Bag. Master, we will accompany you to hunt down the demon god. Bai Shur and the others volunteered to join the battle. Xiao Han waved his hand. No need. The power of a demon god is not something you can imagine. Although all of you are high-level immortal emperors, this war involves the life forms of the highest level of the cosmos. It's not something you can interfere with. If I had not obtained all the treasures in the primordial saber realm, I would already be dead. At this time, Bai Shur and the others finally felt that Xiao Han's aura had become extremely vast. When facing Xiao Han, they felt as if they were facing the entire universe. They could even feel that there was a high-level planet brewing inside Xiao Han's body. This planet was emitting the sharpest light in the world. Master, your current realm. We don't dare to imagine it at all. Bai Shur gasped. We also can't see through Master's cultivation at all. Master, even if the previous owner of the Absolute Saber was reborn, I'm afraid that you can destroy him with just a glance. Unbelievable. In this universe, there is actually a species as powerful as Master. Bai Shur and the others were also shocked. If I didn't get the recognition of the Absolute Saber's Master, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such great achievements. Although the current Xiao Han had comprehended the heavenly Tao, he was extremely humble and not arrogant. After that, Xiao Han quickly settled down his family members and turned into a ray of dazzling saber light, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Han, rest assured. Now, the safety of the entire universe depends on you. Wu looked at the place where Xiao Han disappeared. His eyes flashed with pride and arrogance. He did not expect that such a powerful savior would be born in his sect. As for Xiao Han's wife and son, their faces were also filled with pride. In the immortal world, after the Grand Mist Emperor and Princess Yao had a head-on confrontation, the Grand Mist Emperor was defeated. He could only retreat and use all the power in his body to form a light barrier to temporarily protect the immortal world. However, this was not a long-term plan. The Grand Mist Emperor also understood that as long as Princess Yao attacked, he would not be able to defend for long. However, to Princess Yao, the appearance of the Grand Mist Emperor was not enough to save the immortal world from defeat. It was merely a way for her to kill time and have fun. Tiskti. It looks like a very sturdy defense. Princess Yao looked at the light barrier that enveloped the immortal world playfully. It was completely like a cat playing with a mouse. The immortal's confidence has been stimulated. What a joke. I don't know where their confidence comes from. Such weak energy. Can it really withstand my attack? After a burst of evil laughter, Princess Yao slowly stretched out her abyssal devil hand that covered the sky and struck the light barrier of the immortal world. This attack seemed to be very slow, but wherever it passed, all space and time was vaporized and destroyed. Some of the demon race were even affected and turned into ashes. The demon race fled in panic. All the immortals of the immortal world could only watch the attack coming towards them. They could not fight back at all. They could only place all their hopes on the Grand Mist Emperor. All the immortals put their palms together and knelt down, praying. I hope that the Grand Mist Emperor can help our immortal world to withstand this world-ending crisis. Heavens, please protect our immortal world and preserve a chance of survival for our immortal world. Finally, boom! Princess Yao's sky-covering abyssal devil hand pressed on the light barrier. The two great powers began to clash. In the next moment, crack, crack, crack. Dense cracks appeared on the celestial world's barrier of light. Princess Yao withdrew her sky-covering abyssal devil hand. At the same time, she let out a spine-chilling laughter. He, not bad. It can slightly block one of this seat's attacks. However, this seat has already calculated. that this barrier can only withstand 5 attacks from this seat at most. But this seat can unleash 20 attacks of this level with all my strength. Ha ha ha. As she spoke, Princess Yao had already prepared her second attack. She pressed it again. Pooh! Another part of the light barrier shattered. At this moment, the faith of the entire immortal world started to waver. Panic and despair shrouded the hearts of every immortal. Princess Yao had already made it very clear. This light barrier was only able to block 5 attacks, while Princess Yao was able to attack 20 times. Defeat was inevitable. There was almost no suspense left. Bang! Princess Yao's third attack. He. Do you know, foolish and weak immortals, right now, I'm already thinking about how to enjoy your bodies. Sorry, I'm not a pure demon race. Therefore, I'm not only interested in your brains. To be honest, every part of your bodies will become this seat's delicacy. Every part of your body will become my delicacy. Here. Bang! Bang! The fourth attack. After withstanding this attack, Yang Ling's eyes widened. The various energy and formations that formed the light barrier began to disintegrate and dissipate. The light barrier was about to completely collapse. The immortals started to cry. The end is here. The end is here. Destroyed. Our immortal world is about to be destroyed. Who would have thought that our immortal world would be destroyed in the hands of the demon race after hundreds of millions of years of prosperity? I can't accept this. Once the immortal world is destroyed, the entire human race will vanish from this universe. At this moment, not only were the immortals howling in despair, even the Grand Mist Emperor let out a deep sigh. However, just as Princess Yao was about to unleash her final attack to completely destroy the light barrier, her expression suddenly turned nervous. This was unprecedented nervousness. One had to know that Princess Yao's strength was already rare in the universe. Originally, there shouldn't be any species that could make her feel nervous and afraid. But at this moment, Princess Yao seemed to feel an instinctive nervousness, anxiety, and even fear. Ha 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 ha. Hurricanes began to sweep across the sky with enormous energy, covering the entire sky. A bloody mouth that covered the entire sky let out an unbridled and domineering voice. Ha 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 ha. I, the demon god, have finally returned. Ha 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 ha. This vile spawn of yours was born from that slut Wuxia and a few immortal emperors, right? You actually hatched the egg of a female heaven-devouring beast and became a monster that was neither male nor female. Ha 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 ha. This seat will destroy you now. Roar! Princess Yao also let out an angry roar. The two heaven-devouring beasts had encountered each other. One male and one female. Instinctive hostility spread from the aura of the two heaven-devouring beasts. It was unstoppable. One had to know that heaven-devouring beasts were very strange creatures. They were very powerful and had a strange habit. They would attack each other. Attack each other. Attack each other of the same gender. Even between the opposite sex, they would attack each other. It could be said that every heaven-devouring beast and another heaven-devouring beast were born to be mortal enemies. After encountering each other, it would only end when they died. This was also the reason why heaven-devouring beasts were too rare in the entire universe and were on the verge of extinction. However, if two heaven-devouring beasts encountered each other and fought to the death, then one of them would definitely devour the other and become even stronger. P.S. Recommending a divine book. Why was it said to be a divine book? Because its book's name was Divine Book. To be continued. Chapter 776. Just as the female Princess Yao was about to destroy the light barrier cast by the Grand Mist Emperor, the last line of defense of the immortal world. Just as the entire immortal world, including the Grand Mist Emperor, was about to collapse in despair, a sudden change occurred. The demon god appeared. The demon god finally hatched a male heaven-devouring beast and appeared in the immortal world. Moreover, the demon god did not attack the immortal world immediately, but confronted the Princess Yao. The two heaven-devouring beasts met. Monstrous hostility emanated from them. It was impossible to resolve this hostility. This hostility was even sharper and crueler than the Princess Yao towards the immortal world and the demon god towards the immortal world. Firstly, it was the instinct of the heaven-devouring beasts. It was almost impossible for two heaven-devouring beasts to appear in the same space at the same time. When the two beasts met, there would be a battle, and one would die. Moreover, the demon god had a deep-seated hatred towards the Princess Yao's identity. After all, the Princess Yao was the demon god's most beloved concubine, making him wear a green hat. This was a great humiliation that could not be tolerated. The Princess Yao's eyes turned cold. Demon god? To think that you finally succeeded. But this seat is not afraid of you. This seat wants to devour you and obtain your power. To be able to devour the same heaven-devouring beast, that would be... what a delightful thing. That way, this seat's power will reach an unimaginable level. Finished speaking, the Princess Yao swept a cold glance at the immortal world and said disdainfully, "Puny immortal world, this seat will come back and eat you all." Then, the Princess Yao turned into a beam of ominous light, soared into the sky, disappeared without a trace. The demon god also disappeared. The two heaven-devouring beasts wanted to fight, but the place they fought was the universe. Because this was not just a fight, but a devouring. Losers. Destined to become the nourishment for the victors. They had to fight in the vast universe. That way, they would be able to use their fists and legs, and create space for devouring. Once the Princess Yao left, the demonic beast army immediately retreated like the tide. What a joke! The leader of the immortal world, the Grand Mist Emperor, had arrived. If the demonic beast army did not retreat, they would be destroyed. In an instant, the demonic beast army completely retreated. At this moment in the immortal world, within the light barrier that was on the verge of shattering. What a fool! Stunned. The immortals. Each of them had a complicated expression on their faces. Originally, there was nothing they could do. In order to turn the situation around, they were all waiting for Princess Yao to destroy the immortal world in despair. From today onwards, there would no longer be any immortals in the universe. In their hearts, all hopes had turned to dust. But in the next second, the immortal realm miraculously survived. A new lease on life. This was a completely new lease of life after a disaster. However, the protection of the immortal world did not depend on the unity of the immortals. Instead, it was the encounter of the two heaven-devouring beasts. This was hilarious and ironic. The immortals had mixed feelings. After the demon army retreated, the immortals gradually came back to their senses. They all sighed, unable to control themselves. This is just like a dream. TSK. I thought we would be extinct. It looks like there will be a tough battle between the two heaven-devouring beasts. We should also take this opportunity to regroup. That's right. It's best if the two beasts are both injured or even perish together. At this time, the three high-rank immortal emperors were half happy and half worried. They were happy that they managed to preserve their lives and did not have to perish. More worrisome was the fact that the Grand Mist Emperor might find out about all the crimes they had committed. The three high-rank immortal emperors were indeed too numerous to count. Putting aside the fact that they had framed immortal Emperor Zhu Dao and Luo Xiang, that despicable matter. This time, they had tricked the entire immortal world into attacking a teleportation formation, causing the entire immortal world to suffer a great loss. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the hatching of the female heaven-devouring beast had anything to do with the three of them. Don't let that primordial emperor interrogate us. Let's not take the initiative to meet primordial emperor either. That guy's whereabouts are uncertain. He might have already left the immortal world. That's right. In any case, let's not touch the bad luck. The light barrier that enveloped the immortal world turned into falling petals. Immortal songs resounded and runes intertwined. A middle-aged man in green robes with an extremely plain face and appearance stood casually beside a murmuring river in the immortal realm. It was the primordial emperor. At this moment, the primordial emperor's face was slightly pale. Just now, in the battle with Princess Yao, he was slightly injured and almost all of his immortal force was spent on the light barrier. Sigh. The primordial emperor looked into the deep universe, and his eyes flashed with intense sorrow. At this time, countless immortals had already discovered the primordial emperor. They flew over and saluted. Greetings, primordial emperor. Primordial emperor. You finally returned. With you presiding, our immortal world will not perish. In the immortal world, the primordial emperor was also a person of virtue and prestige. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony. The primordial emperor smiled faintly. Great emperor, this time, the two heaven-devouring beasts killing each other is probably a good thing for our immortal world. Some senior immortal emperors expressed their opinions. This may not be. The worry on the primordial emperor's face became more and more intense. Great emperor, did you divine something? There are some deviations in the development of the matter. The primordial emperor shook his head slightly. In fact, the most ideal outcome of this battle was to defeat the male and female heaven-devouring beasts one by one. This was the immortal world. The only way out. But now, when the two heaven-devouring beasts met, there would definitely be a fusion. The strength of the fusion had already exceeded the primordial emperor's imagination. In the primordial emperor's prediction, once Xiao Han was in the ancient saber world, he would obtain a huge fortuitous encounter. Then, if he joined forces with the primordial emperor, 2 against 1, there was a possibility of defeating Princess Yao or the demon god. But once the fusion appeared, the situation would descend into despair. Even Xiao Han would be killed instantly. Once the fusion appeared, the universe would be destroyed. Suddenly, the primordial emperor was shocked. The demon god appeared. In other words, the young Xiao Han was defeated in the final battle with the demon god? But that's not right. When the demon god appeared, it was the main body of the heaven-devouring beasts. It did not occupy the human body. At this time, it's here. Little friend Xiao Han. TSK. The Grand Mist Emperor's face that had always been calm and collected suddenly turned ashen. He almost lost his composure. Such a powerful aura. How could it be so powerful? Compared to me, it's several times stronger. Almost comparable to Princess Yao. The primordial emperor was completely stunned. He was not Princess Yao's opponent. But Xiao Han's strength was slightly stronger than Princess Yao. Strictly speaking, the demon god should be slightly stronger than Xiao Han, and Xiao Han was slightly stronger than Princess Yao, who was much stronger than the primordial emperor. At this moment, Xiao Han directly used traces of saber chi to break through the void, flying towards the immortal world at a speed faster than the speed of light. Finally, he reached the immortal world. I don't feel the aura of the heaven-devouring beasts, nor the demon god's aura. But, the immortal world seems to have encountered a catastrophe, and there is a feeling of 1,000 holes. Xiao Han frowned slightly. Forget it, the immortal world has entered. Swoosh! Xiao Han retracted almost all of his mental strength, soul force, and saber intent. He was like an ordinary person entering the immortal world. The moment he entered the immortal world, Xiao Han was guided by the qi and landed beside the primordial emperor. The two great figures had met. No, to be more accurate, it should be a reunion. Ah! Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Greetings, immortal. I never thought that we would meet again. Ha 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 ha. In the past, when I was in the mortal world, I was deeply troubled by the demon god's soul in my heart, and I almost went astray. Luckily, at the crucial moment, immortal, you enlightened me. And if I'm not wrong, you should be the primordial emperor, right? Ha 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 ha. Little friend, how have you been? The primordial emperor laughed heartily. Little friend, you really are the #1 genius of the human race. Since we last met, you have actually grown to such an extent that you can already resist the combination of the heaven-devouring beast and the demon god. You truly deserve to be the #1 genius of the human race. This time, this old man is sincerely convinced. You should know that when this old man came to the mortal world to enlighten you, it was impossible for me to predict that you would grow to such an extent. Immortal, let's not talk about other things, but the kindness you have shown me if I can be reborn. Xiao Han was extremely sincere. In this life, I have met many benefactors. Among them, when I was in the mortal world, my sect master and my senior brothers were all very kind to me. As for the immortals, Master Absolute Saber and the Primordial Emperor are also very righteous. Back then, if the Primordial Emperor had directly killed me, causing the demon god's soul in my heart and the heaven-devouring beast's egg to perish together, it would have been a righteous thing to do. But you didn't do that, and instead gave me a chance. Forget it, let's not talk about it. The most important thing now is to discuss how to resist the great calamity that is coming. If we can't resist it, the entire immortal world will be destroyed. The primordial emperor hurriedly said. But Xiao Han waved his hand. Wait! Then Xiao Han roared at the sky. 3 great high-rank immortal emperors, get out here right now! His voice reverberated and spread to every corner of the immortal world, so that every immortal could hear it clearly. This shocked the immortals, and they did not know whether to laugh or to cry. For so many years, no one had ever roared like this in the immortal world, directly insulting the 3 great high-rank immortal emperors. Very well, little friend Xiao Han, you should settle this matter first. Indeed, these few black sheep should be eradicated. In the past, for the sake of the foundation of the immortal world, I have always tolerated and indulged them. Now that I think about it, I have caused a great disaster. The primordial emperor nodded. To be continued. Chapter 777. Xiao Han roared, ordering the 3 high-rank immortal emperors to show themselves. It caused the entire immortal dimension to fall deathly silent. As for the Grand Mist Emperor, he simply sat cross-legged at the side and closed his eyes to rest, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. 3 high-rank immortal emperors, show yourselves! Xiao Han roared again. At this time, some of the immortals in the immortal world started to stir. Although many immortals were extremely dissatisfied with the 3 advanced immortal emperors, the 3 advanced immortal emperors had been in the immortal world for countless years and had accumulated a lot of prestige. Furthermore, the 3 advanced immortal emperors had fought with their lives on the line during the battle to seal the god of beasts. They had made great contributions to the immortal world. Moreover, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors did not encounter any major problems when they were managing the immortal world. They had managed the immortal world in an orderly manner. In other words, even if there were some dissatisfaction, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors still held a high position in the hearts of the immortals. After the Grand Mist Emperor, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors could be considered leaders. But now, a young boy had come to the immortal world and shouted at them. His attitude towards the 3 high-rank immortal emperors was extremely vile. This was too much. Therefore, a large number of immortals started barking. Who? How dare he insult the 3 high-rank immortal emperors? What nonsense! Ridiculous! He's too rude to the 3 high-rank immortal emperors. He's treating the immortal world like nothing. Arrogant and despotic. Look at this young boy. His life force is extremely young. He doesn't know his place. Facing the clamor of the immortal world, Xiao Han was unmoved. His eyes flickered, and a strong mental energy fluctuation mixed with saber intent burst out from his body. Whoosh, all the noise and dissatisfaction were directly cut off by these wisps of spiritual fluctuations. The immortals who were shouting were all silenced by an inexplicable and tyrannical aura. They couldn't speak. Not only could they not speak, but their throats felt like they were being cut by a sharp knife, causing goosebumps to rise. The entire celestial world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of biting cold wind. All the immortals in the world of immortals shuddered. At this moment, they finally realized that this young man who dared to challenge 3 high-level celestial emperors was actually this powerful. With a single thought, he could affect the celestial phenomena of the immortal world. Even the Grand Mist Emperor, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, couldn't help opening his eyes slightly. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with shock. He thought to himself, what a powerful aura. This young man's strength really far surpasses mine. Incomparable. Incomparable as expected of the strongest existence in the history of the human race. I'm afraid there's no one who can surpass him in the future. In the future, the safety of the human race will depend on this heaven-defying young man. The Grand Mist Emperor looked at Xiao Han with hope in his eyes, and at this moment the 3 high-rank immortal emperors. This guy's aura, it's young Xiao Han. The 3 high-rank immortal emperors also recognized Xiao Han. In the past, Xiao Han ascended to the immortal world from the mortal world, stirred up a storm and destroyed the #1 sect in the immortal world. After that, in order to plunder the Absolute Blade's treasures, we suppressed Xiao Han. However, we failed to capture Xiao Han in the end. Instead, we forced him to the demon world. After that, Xiao Han disappeared without a trace. We even suspected that he had died in the demon world. But now, he actually returned to the immortal world alive. Furthermore, Xiao Han has actually become so powerful. Look, the aura on his body is like a sharp blade. His strength is hidden. His battle prowess has already surpassed us. Inconceivable. How could he grow to such an abnormal level? Right now, we can't even see through him. He's unfathomable. What should we do? This Xiao Han is now challenging us. He seems to have inherited all of the Absolute Blade's legacy. Back then, the Absolute Blade must have known about the crimes we committed. Hiss! This Xiao Han, don't tell me. He's going to expose us in front of all the immortals in the immortal world. In an instant, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors were in a state of complete terror. It's over. Now, we're at an absolute disadvantage. That Grand Mist Emperor, he doesn't seem to want to interfere in this matter. That Grand Mist Emperor won't protect us. We're finished. Might as well fight with Xiao Han. We can't let him ruin our reputation. No, even if the 3 of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be a match for that bastard Xiao Han. Moreover, there's still the Grand Mist Emperor watching from the side. Once he helps Xiao Han, we won't have any chance to turn back. Run! Run as fast as you can. Heh! Xiao Han looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. However, his eyes were burning with satisfaction. 3 old dogs. Back then, you used despicable means to fray my master, causing him to fall to the mortal world and eventually die. Moreover, you covered up the fact that my master was harmed by you so that you could continue to act as sanctimonious leaders in the immortal world and be respected. Chen Fan's face was filled with disdain as he spoke. In the last words of the invincible Blade Master, he also asked me to try my best to avenge him. However, he did not have too many expectations. However, today, I, Xiao Han, have achieved great success. Killing these 3 old dogs is as easy as killing pigs and dogs. Naturally, I will avenge my master. I will also let all the immortals know the true colors of these 3 old dogs. I will avenge my master's injustice. Xiao Han's gaze was like a sharp knife, almost splitting the sky of the immortal world in half. Under the pressure of Xiao Han's aura, the entire immortal world was in a state of desolation and dead silence. 3 old dogs. Quickly get out here for this, daddy. Xiao Han roared again. All the immortals in the immortal world were flabbergasted by their repeated insults. At this moment, whoosh, 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 3 rays of light. Like flying meteors. They appeared directly in the sky. They were about to teleport away. Trying to escape? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han's spirit shook. The 3 rays of light suddenly paused and dimmed. 3 figures appeared in the sky. They were the 3 high-grade immortal emperors. At this moment, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors looked dispirited. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of the corner of their mouths. Just now, Xiao Han's spirit shook and injured the 3 high-grade immortal emperors who were about to escape. At this moment, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors were restrained by an invisible force and could not move an inch. The 3 high-grade immortal emperors looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Despair again. At this moment, young man, an experienced immortal emperor, an old antique who had not appeared in the world for 10,000 years, rose into the sky and tried to persuade Xiao Han. Young man, you are indeed extremely powerful. The appearance of a heaven-defying human like you is indeed a great fortune for the immortal world. However, one should be lenient when possible. Although you are very powerful, you should not be unscrupulous and bully the weak. Perhaps you have some personal grudges with the 3 high-grade immortal emperors, but now, the heaven-devouring beasts and the demon race are wreaking havoc in the human world. The immortal world is also in danger. We must unite and put down our grudges to fight against them together. Only then will we be able to get through this crisis. Young man, the bigger picture is more important. You, shut up. Xiao Han stared at the experienced immortal emperor with cold eyes. A saber light flashed in the depth of his eyes. The immortal force in the body of the experienced immortal emperor suddenly turned turbid. He became speechless and sank into the abyss. At this moment, Xiao Han, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors were extremely ferocious. We still remember you. You brat, ever since you came to the immortal world from the mortal world, you have been stirring up a storm of blood in the immortal world. You have killed many immortal emperors and even destroyed the #1 sect in the immortal world with your own hands. You are a bloodthirsty little devil. At that time, we only intervened to stop your massacre and wanted to capture you to persuade you. But you still harbor hatred in your heart. Today, you want to take revenge on us. Grand Mist Emperor. This bastard has killed at least a dozen mid-grade immortal emperors in the immortal world. His crimes are too numerous to list. You can't protect him. The 3 high-grade immortal emperors staked everything on this one throw. They wanted to be the first to complain about Xiao Han. However, the Grand Mist Emperor did not say a word and did not move an inch. The 3 high-grade immortal emperors began to incite the other immortals in the immortal world. Everyone, don't be afraid of this brat. He has indeed committed heinous crimes in the past. Now, he doesn't care about the safety of the immortal world and wants to take revenge on us. Everyone, join forces and suppress this brat. Shut up. Now let me announce your crimes, Xiao Han said coldly. Back then, you 3 old dogs snuck into the demon world with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao after the battle to seal the demon god, intending to plunder the demon god's treasure. However, you coveted the demon god's concubine and were tempted to have sex with her. Humans and demons actually crossed the line of morality. This is the first crime punishable by death. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao saw through your filthy acts with the demonic woman. You actually wanted to kill Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao to silence him. This is the second crime punishable by death. After you had sex with the demonic woman, a vile spawn was born. Such indecency is the third crime punishable by death. Then, I roughly learned about the hatching of the second heaven-devouring beast through spiritual fluctuations. You should know that the hatching of a heaven-devouring beast is extremely difficult and requires a huge amount of energy. Logically speaking, the second heaven-devouring beast would not have been able to obtain enough energy to hatch. It was you 3 old dogs who used crafty schemes to deceive the world and swindle the immortal world's energy to hatch the second heaven-devouring beast. You are the instigators of this catastrophe. You are the architects of this disaster. Your actions may cause the destruction of the immortal world. The destruction of the human race. This is the fourth crime punishable by death. Your crimes are heinous. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Now, I will carry out your death sentence. Xiao Han's voice was bone-chilling. P.S. I recommend a good fantasy book. The pace is tight and the blood is boiling. Unparalleled Sword Dao. The author is City Scorching Fire. To be continued. Chapter 778. Finally, Xiao Han exposed the crimes of the 3 high-level immortal emperors in front of all the immortals in the immortal world. These 3 high-grade immortal sovereigns had always been sanctimonious. They could summon the wind and summon the rain in the immortal world, acting like tyrants. They were very noble and dignified, deceiving the people of the world. Xiao Han felt extremely disgusted by this. Top asterisk point asterisk little asterisk say. Now that he had been exposed in front of everyone, Xiao Han felt extremely satisfied. All of a sudden, the entire celestial world fell silent. Completely dumbfounded. Complete silence. Every single immortal's expression froze. What shocked the immortals the most was that the 3 high-level immortal emperors actually had an affair with the demon god's most beloved concubine. It even gave birth to an evil creature. This was too ridiculous. The Yao god's most beloved concubine was also a member of the Yao race. Whether it was in the immortal world or the mortal world, the union between the human clan and the demon clan was something that had never happened since ancient times. After all, the demon race had a physical body. Changing into the appearance of a human was just a disguise. Removing the disguise would reveal the true face of evil. It was just like a human wanting to have sex with a monster that looked like a giant bull. Just the thought of it was disgusting. However, as the leaders of the celestial world, the 3 high-rank celestial emperors had knowingly committed such a despicable act that even ordinary mortals would despise. The most terrifying thing was that there were 3 immortal emperors and a demon woman at the same time. What was even more terrifying was that not only did they have sexual intercourse, they even gave birth to a monster that was neither human nor demon. How preposterous was this? However, this matter at first glance. This is ridiculous. But the immortals thought about it carefully. There wasn't a single flaw. First, after the monster god was sealed, the immortal army had the perfect opportunity to invade the monster realm and exterminate the leaderless monster race. In fact, many experienced immortal emperors had also calculated and evaluated the demon realm at that time. This was the darkest period. The demon god had fallen, and internal strife had arisen. Once the immortal world sent out their army, they would have a high chance of exterminating the demon race. They would definitely cut the weeds and pull up the roots. However, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors obstructed them time and again. He made up a lot of excuses. Refused to send troops. Now that he thought about it, there was indeed a huge problem. Moreover, previously, the 3 high-level immortal emperors had requested for the entire immortal world to focus their firepower. Wantonly attacking a teleportation array. He injected a huge amount of energy into it. Now, he knew that this energy was definitely not used to destroy the demon realm. Then where did this energy go? That was an energy that could destroy the world. There was no way it would disappear for no reason. But from what Xiao Han had said, it was highly likely that the energy had been used to hatch the heaven-devouring beast. Because the immortals knew that the energy required to hatch a heaven-devouring beast was extremely terrifying. After listening to Xiao Han list the crimes of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors, as well as the origin of the heaven-devouring beasts, the immortals were at least 70% convinced. Suddenly, countless immortals were enraged. He was thoroughly enraged. He was enraged. The 3 high-rank immortal emperors were destroying the immortal realm. A single heaven-devouring beast was enough to flatten the entire immortal realm. All the immortals were killed. Originally, this heaven-devouring beast could not be hatched. It was the 3 high-tier immortal emperors who worked together to hatch it. This was a heinous crime. 10,000 deaths could not atone for his sins. It was not an exaggeration to exterminate the entire clan. Kill. Slaughter these 3 beasts. Trash that son of Ab*tch. Immediately, some of the immortals could not hold back their anger and roared. The 3 high-rank immortal emperors were pale with fear. Their bodies were trembling, and their teeth were chattering. Xiao Han, you're slandering us. Xiao Han, how dare you slander us? You, show us the evidence. Everyone, don't believe this guy. This guy is abusing his position to avenge personal grudges. Because we have some grudges against him, he has placed some groundless crimes on our heads. The 3 high-rank immortal emperors howled in despair. Enough. Plead guilty and accept your punishment. Your crimes are indeed infuriating. You are not fit to be immortals. You don't even have the right to be human. Finally, the Grand Mist Emperor spoke. Of course, I also have an undeniable responsibility for this matter. Back then, you harmed immortal Emperor Zhu Dao and even did that kind of thing with Luo Xiang. In consideration of the stability of the immortal world and the reputation of the immortals, I did not pursue the matter further. As a result, it led to today's disaster. AI. His words were equivalent to directly announcing the death penalty of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors. No! We know we're wrong. Grand Mist Emperor. Xiaohan, please let us live. At this time, arguing was useless. The 3 high-rank immortal emperors cried and begged for mercy. Some of the immortals who had a trace of trust and hope for the 3 high-rank immortal emperors were now in complete despair. Then, a great amount of anger rose in their hearts. As soon as his words fell, pooh, 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 3 rays of saber light flashed. The heads of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors flew into the sky. In the next moment, Xiaohan's spiritual force fluctuated, and countless ancient saber souls swept out, cutting the corpses of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors into dust. He died and his Tao vanished. Even their souls were annihilated by Xiaohan. Master, disciple has avenged you. Xiaohan immediately knelt on the ground and prayed to the sky. He had killed 3 high-rank immortal emperors with his own hands to comfort his master's soul in heaven. I hope Master can smile in the underworld. Xiaohan stood up and walked towards the Grand Mist Emperor. Grand Mist Emperor, we should discuss how to deal with the 2 heaven-devouring beasts now. The Grand Mist Emperor also stood up. This is not a trivial matter. In an elegant wooden pavilion in the immortal world, 2 cups of tea. Xiaohan and the Grand Mist Emperor sat across from each other. Grand Mist Emperor, your wisdom is unparalleled. This junior still needs your advice on this matter. Fight against the 2 heaven-devouring beasts, Xiaohan said sincerely. Originally, this junior also planned to kill the demon god, but things were still a hair's breadth away. The demon god still hatched. Man proposes, heaven disposes. This is fate. The Grand Mist Emperor nodded slightly. In the past, this old man only calculated that Xiaohan, you might be able to kill the demon god. However, what happened next, this old man could not predict. For example, if you could improve to such a terrifying extent, if it was just 1 heaven-devouring beast, then little friend Xiaohan, you would be able to save the entire immortal world. But now, it's very difficult. This old man is not trying to scare you. The probability of the immortal world's destruction is more than 90%. No, 99%. This. Xiaohan frowned. Little friend Xiaohan, with your combat strength, you should be able to fight against 1 heaven-devouring beast. However, the biggest problem now is that the 2 heaven-devouring beasts are killing each other. According to the survival law of the heaven-devouring beast race, after the 2 heaven-devouring beasts fight, the loser will be devoured, and the winner will inherit the loser's power. In other words, whether the female heaven-devouring beast or the male heaven-devouring beast survives, we will be facing an undefeatable giant. Little friend Xiaohan, even if we join forces, we will still be killed in an instant. The fusion of 2 heaven-devouring beasts. Xiaohan had to agree with the Grand Mist Emperor. However, Xiaohan was unwilling to sit and wait for death. Then, Grand Mist Emperor, let's find the place where the 2 heaven-devouring beasts are fighting. Wait for them to injure each other, then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Don't let the fusion be born smoothly. It's no use. The heaven-devouring beasts are space beasts. They are more familiar with the universe than we are. We can't find the battlefield they are looking for. The Grand Mist Emperor said confidently. Rather than searching for a needle in a haystack in the vast universe, why don't we find a countermeasure in the limited time we have? This. Xiaohan racking his brains. Even if we gather all the forces in the immortal world, including the 2 of us, we still won't be able to turn the tide. This. How do we increase our strength? If Xiaohan wanted to defeat the fusion of 2 heaven-devouring beasts, he would need to double his strength. Otherwise, there would be no room for discussion. However, Xiaohan's strength had reached a bottleneck that he could not break through. It was extremely difficult to improve even the slightest bit, let alone double his strength. Unless I can double my strength in a short time. But that is impossible. Xiaohan shook his head bitterly. The Grand Mist Emperor also stared at Xiaohan. Yes, impossible. Even if you kill the only demon in your heart and make your heart flawless, it is still impossible to double your strength. N? The only demon in my heart? Xiao Han's nerves tightened. Let's not talk about this for now. The Grand Mist Emperor waved his hand as if he had found a clue. He looked at Xiao Han. Young man, your mental force is too strong. Huh? Xiao Han was stumped by the Grand Mist Emperor's unexpected words. Spiritual force condensed into a vast planet. The Grand Mist Emperor looked at Xiao Han with a serious expression. Since ancient times, there has never been a human with such a powerful spiritual force. Spiritual force is so dazzling that it has the ability to create things. Young man, with your spiritual force, you can definitely create a planet that is more lively than the immortal world. At this point, the Grand Mist Emperor suddenly lowered his voice to a whisper. Young man, I do know of a cultivation technique, but in the billions of years, there has never been a creature that has successfully cultivated this cultivation technique. If you can cultivate this cultivation technique, then your battle strength might double. What cultivation technique? Xiao Han's heart was burning with passion. As long as my battle strength doubles, there is a possibility of defeating the fusion of the heaven-devouring beasts. This cultivation technique is very dangerous. The Grand Mist Emperor hesitated for a moment before saying. In fact, this cultivation technique is equivalent to a ritual. Once you cultivate it, you can instantly extract the mental force of all the immortals in the immortal world and turn it into your own mental force to fight. To be continued. Chapter 779. The immortal world and the entire human race were indeed in a precarious situation, on the brink of extinction. After the final battle between the demon god and demon princess, two heaven-devouring beasts, a fusion would be born. The fusion was invincible and could kill everything in an instant. Xiao Han and the Grand Mist Emperor discussed a countermeasure. After a long time of thought, they came to a conclusion. Unless Xiao Han's attack power was doubled, there was no way to reverse the situation. However, it was almost impossible for Xiao Han's attack power to be doubled. However, the Grand Mist Emperor was the leader of the immortal world after all. He was proficient in divining the universe and knew everything in the world. Finally, he mentioned an ancient cultivation technique that could double Xiao Han's attack power. Link all of the immortal world's immortal spiritual force together. Then, through some kind of ritual, transfer all of it to little friend Xiao Han's soul temporarily. Little friend Xiao Han's spiritual force will skyrocket, and your attack power won't be as simple as doubling. The Grand Mist Emperor said solemnly. What? Transfer all the spiritual force of the immortals to me? Xiao Han was shocked. One had to know that when one's spiritual force was strong enough, they could derive all kinds of divine abilities. Moreover, if one's spiritual force was strong enough, they could abandon their physical body and survive in the world with just their spiritual force, existing with heaven and earth, shining as brightly as the sun and moon. Undying and indestructible. It could even be possessed. For example, even if Xiao Han's physical body was destroyed, as long as his spiritual force remained, he would be immortal. The number of immortals in the immortal world was uncountable. Countless perfected immortals and immortal emperors. If the spiritual force of these immortals was transferred, they would all be connected into one. That would definitely surpass Xiao Han's spiritual force. Individually. In the entire universe, no living being could surpass Xiao Han in terms of spiritual force. But there were too many of them. If they all joined forces, their spiritual force would definitely surpass Xiao Han's. In fact, if they could really connect their spiritual force into one, only tens of thousands of perfected immortals would be needed. The sum of the spiritual force of 100 immortal emperors would already surpass Xiao Han. If I can really extract such a huge amount of spiritual force, then I can definitely kill the fusion of the heaven-devouring beasts. Xiao Han said with certainty. Then, Xiao Han's interest was piqued. Grand Mist Emperor, please explain this cultivation art to me in detail. Since it can destroy the heaven-devouring beast, this kid is willing to risk his life to try it. N. The Grand Mist Emperor pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. This old man tried to figure it out just now. No. What do you mean? Xiao Han was getting impatient. Grand Mist Emperor. At a time like this, please do not hesitate. Time was precious. Whatever it was, he would pour it all out. If we allow the two heaven-devouring beasts to mate, everything will be over. This, the Grand Mist Emperor finally explained in detail. Xiao Han, my young friend, this is an ancient cultivation method. As for how old it is, it's probably even older than the birth of the immortal world. When I was exploring the universe, I found this cultivation method in a ruin. It was inscribed on a stone stele. The ruin was located on a barren planet. This old man has probed the existence of this planet before the world of immortals. Presumably, this planet once gave birth to a brilliant civilization, but it declined and went extinct. There are many ruins on this planet. One of the stone steles has faint ancient words carved on it. This old man has studied it for countless years and finally deciphered the ancient words, and obtained this cultivation art. It's a cultivation art that cultivates one's spiritual force. The basic principle behind it is to link everyone's soul energy together and infuse it into the brain of a single person, causing that person's soul energy to soar. It's said that those who are able to successfully cultivate this technique will be able to shatter an entire universe with a single thought and create an entire world with a single thought. However, I'm afraid this cultivation art is impossible to cultivate. If one tries to cultivate it rashly, there is a possibility that one's soul will explode. The first condition to attempt to cultivate this cultivation art is to have a terrifying spiritual force. Xiao Han, you've satisfied this condition. Your spiritual force is so strong that this old man doesn't dare to imagine it. However, even if your spiritual force is so strong, there is a 99% chance that you won't be able to cultivate this cultivation art. This is because you need to continuously accept the souls of others. You should know that every soul is unique, and every memory is unique as well. A mortal's life is as short as an ant's, and they have very few memories. It is very easy to accept a mortal's soul. However, the spiritual force of a mortal's soul is pitifully weak, so accepting a mortal's soul is useless. Then, accepting the memories of an immortal's soul is far too difficult. An immortal's life is long, and they seek the path of immortality. Which one of them doesn't slay their inner demons and external demons? They experience countless ups and downs. It can be said that every immortal's memory is vast and boundless. Xiao Han, your spiritual force is strong, but when you accept the spiritual souls of different immortals, countless memories will pour into your mind like a tidal wave, like a ferocious beast. You'll go crazy. According to this old man's assessment, I'm afraid your limit is to accept hundreds or even thousands of immortal souls. If you exceed this limit, your own soul will become cloudy, and you will lose your mind. You will fall into a boundless sea of suffering, and your soul will shatter, and you will die. However, in order to kill the fusion of two heaven-devouring beasts, you will need at least 2/3 of the immortals in the immortal world to transfer their spiritual force to you. If you want to win, you will need to accept the spiritual force of all the immortals. This will definitely exceed your spiritual force. After listening to the Grand Mist Emperor's explanation, Xiao Han finally understood. That's right. No matter how strong Xiao Han's spiritual force was, he wouldn't be able to withstand too many immortals' memories. Most of the things that immortals experienced were earth-shattering. If Xiao Han received so many memories that didn't belong to him, it would indeed cause him to lose his mind. Xiao Han fell into deep thought. The two of them fell silent. This ancient cultivation art was almost impossible to cultivate. It could barely accept the spiritual force of immortals. But it was useless. It couldn't resist the fusion of heaven-devouring beasts. Move the entire immortal world? Xiao Han suddenly asked. It's useless. The Grand Mist Emperor shook his head. The heaven-devouring beasts have already smelled our scent. No matter which corner of the universe we hide in, we will be found by them. Moreover, they prefer their prey to hide. They will chase and kill us. In other words, cultivating that impossible cultivation method has become saving the immortal world. And the only way for all of humanity in the universe. Xiao Han frowned deeply. A long time passed before Xiao Han said, Grand Mist Emperor, we can't just sit here and wait for death, right? Why don't you tell me the cultivation method of this ancient cultivation technique? I'll study it a little. Good, little friend Xiao Han, your wisdom is higher than the heavens, and your fate is deep. Who knows, you might be able to find the secret to cultivating this technique. The Grand Mist Emperor did not beat around the bush and shot out a beam of light. It entered Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han immediately understood the steps of this ancient cultivation method. I I need to set up a ceremony to make all the immortals sit cross-legged in a formation the size of a chessboard. Then, I will execute the technique to extract each immortal's soul force. The cultivation method of this ancient cultivation method was actually very simple. Xiao Han understood it at first glance. How about this, Grand Mist Emperor? Go and set up the ceremony formation. This kid will go into seclusion to study it. Xiao Han immediately stood up. All right, there's no time to lose. This old man will go and set it up now. However, little friend Xiao Han, if you really can't cultivate this cultivation method, then don't force yourself. The Grand Mist Emperor said. Very soon, Xiao Han and the Grand Mist Emperor went their separate ways. Xiao Han returned to the Linglong Pagoda in his cosmos bag. He sat cross-legged on the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Fortunately, the time inside the Linglong Pagoda flowed very slowly. 10,000 days inside the pagoda was equivalent to 1 day in the real world. Thus, Xiao Han had enough time to study the cultivation method. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation. This ancient cultivation technique had been repeatedly studied by Xiao Han, and he did not miss a single detail. Only by cultivating this cultivation method and absorbing the soul force of all the immortals in the immortal world will I be able to kill the combined heaven-devouring beasts. In the distant depths of the universe, 2 heaven-devouring beasts were engaged in a destructive battle. The 2 heaven-devouring beasts appeared in their true forms. One of them spoke in the voice of a woman. The other one spoke in a cold and aloof male voice. This battle was simply earth-shattering. Powerful energy beams exploded. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Space evaporated. Obliterated time. The powerful shockwave caused the planets to shatter and explode. Ha 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 ha. This seat once ruled the Yao world and was known as the monster god. Then, I hatched a male heaven-devouring beast egg. And you're nothing but a bastard child born from that slut Luo Xiang and 3 immortal emperors. You hatched male and female heaven-devouring beast eggs. Now this seat will tell you. Male heaven-devouring beasts are slightly stronger than female heaven-devouring beasts. As for me, I'm not just a little bit stronger than you. Because of that, die! Puff! A destructive beam shot out. It directly penetrated the brain of one of the heaven-devouring beasts. A heart-wrenching scream rang out. Then, this heaven-devouring beast was as still as a rock. Its life fluctuation dissipated, leaving only a corpse full of terrifying energy. Humph! The other heaven-devouring beast pounced and bit the corpse of the dead heaven-devouring beast. That's right. When this seat devours and digests this heaven-devouring beast, I'll create a combined body. P.S. I recommend a book written by a super guru. It's a Xuanhuan book. In the field of fantasy, he is one of the best in the world of web literature. And I, too, grew up reading his books. Sky-Burning Wrath. The work of the Guru Demon Knight. Well, if you don't want to search for it, it's okay. Tomorrow afternoon, this book will appear on the top of the list. Please look forward to it. To be continued. Chapter 780. Chenkuan Pouch. The 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Xiao Han had been in seclusion in the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, Xiao Han had been pondering over the cultivation method of that ancient cultivation technique. He would only go out occasionally to meet his family and friends. Most of the time, he was meditating in seclusion. Of course, thousands of years of seclusion in the Linglong Pagoda was less than a day in the outside world. The most difficult part of this ancient mental cultivation technique is that I won't be able to bear all the soul memories that flow into my soul. It will cause me to have a split personality. Xiao Han frowned. Unless I erase all the memories of the immortals so that their souls are pure, I won't be disturbed when I absorb them. It will be very refreshing and I won't have to worry about my soul exploding. As a matter of fact, Xiao Han had hit the nail on the head. Moreover, this seemed to be the only feasible method. However, even though it seemed feasible, it was impossible to carry it out. Erasing the memories of all the immortals in the entire immortal world. That was simply insane. It was no different from killing all the immortals. If humans had no memories, what was the difference between them and the walking dead? To resist the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts, doing such a perverse thing was also not a good idea. No. This kind of thing requires a ruthless person. A few hundred days later. Should I let everyone in the immortal world hide in the Qianquan pouch first? Xiao Han thought of another plan. But soon, he overturned it. Putting aside the fact that the Qianquan pouch can't contain all the immortals in the immortal world. Even if it can, the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts and the heaven-devouring beasts might still find out. Moreover, even if the combination doesn't find out, it will immediately devour the mortal world, killing all the mortals. The immortals would rather die in battle to protect the mortal world than to watch the mortal world being plunged into misery and suffering. Xiao Han thought about it for a long time but still couldn't come up with a solution for the time being. Forget it. Let's not think about it for the time being. Xiao Han stood up, stretched his body and walked out. Outside the secret cultivation room, Bai Shi and the other beings in the alternate dimensions were standing there in a hurry. As soon as they saw Xiao Han coming out, they swarmed towards him anxiously. These beings in the alternate dimensions knew that their master had been frowning for thousands of years, trying to think of a solution. His mind was haggard. Master, you. Bai Shi said with concern. Master, have you found a way to deal with the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts? Who? Xiao Han let out a breath of impure air, his face showing an expression of helplessness. Master, we pledge our lives to follow you. That was it. Master, please lead us. He directly fought against the fusion of the heaven-devouring beasts. We didn't hesitate to self-detonate to win an opportunity for our master. Master's saber intent can cut through space-time and create a world. As long as we can win even the slightest chance for Master, I believe that Master will definitely be able to kill the combined heaven-devouring beasts. World 99 bared his teeth and took the initiative to ask for battle. Logically speaking, these 100 extra-dimensional beings had cultivated in the Linglong Pagoda for countless years and had all become high-grade immortal thearchs. A total of 100 high-grade immortal thearchs should have been able to pose a threat to the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts. However, Xiao Han shook his head. This can only be a pointless sacrifice. You probably don't know the strength of the heaven-devouring beasts. Xiao Han asked himself honestly. If he fought with all his strength, he could instantly kill 100 extra-dimensional beings. First, he could injure them with a jolt of his mental strength. Then, he could use his saber intent to cut them down, ending the battle in an instant. I can say with certainty that the heaven-devouring beasts will not give you the chance to self-detonate. Not to mention the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts. If you all attack together, you will only die in battle. If you all fight with brute force, even if you all kill all the immortals, it will still be like hitting a rock with an egg. After hearing his words, these extra-dimensional beings fell into silence. We can only cultivate that ancient cultivation technique successfully. Apart from that, there is no other way. Xiao Han said as if he was talking to himself. Master, are you talking about that mental strength cultivation technique? Bai Shi frowned and immediately said, Master, that cultivation technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. We can't help Master much. However, when Master is cultivating, if you need our help, just say the word and we will definitely sacrifice our lives to help Master comprehend that cultivation technique. Huh. Hearing this, Xiao Han's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. Wait. Xiao Han's body shook violently. He seemed to have found some clues. His eyes lit up like torches as he stared at the group of slaves. These, Bai Shi and the other extra-dimensional beings are all my slaves. Their souls worship me, so I can search their memories at will. Their memories won't cause any burden to my soul. If all the immortals in the world of immortals are temporarily my slaves like Bai Shi and the others, then I can perfectly extract their memories. If the immortals temporarily become my slaves, apart from not being able to resist me, their cultivation base, their souls, and their memories won't be affected in any way. The key is that with the master-slave contract, the master can read the slave's memories without any hindrance. The slave's thoughts toward his master were very simple. There was only one thing: submission. Finally, Xiao Han had inadvertently grasped the key to cultivating that ancient cultivation technique that was impossible to cultivate successfully. Master, what did you think of? Bai Shi also noticed Xiao Han's unusual behavior. I thought of something. Good. There's no time to lose. Xiao Han said quickly. Listen up, I'm going to set up a ritual to extract your souls and see if it works. Yes, master. In the Qianquan bag. In Xiao Han's realm. At this moment, Xiao Han had already set up a formation similar to a chessboard in the void according to the description of the cultivation technique. Latitude and longitude. 100 immortal emperor-level extra-dimensional beings sat cross-legged at the intersection of the array's latitude and longitude. Xiao Han sat in the middle. Many crystals were placed in the array. They were used as energy to activate the array. These crystals were not expensive. They were not expensive. In the immortal realm, their number was relatively large. In addition, there were many strange and mysterious runes carved into the array. Below the void, a dense crowd of people had gathered, including Wu Mingqiu, Xiao Han's wife, and his son Xiao En. All the mortals were looking up at Xiao Han. Most of them did not know what Xiao Han was going to do. But when they saw Xiao Han's solemn expression, they knew that he must be doing something extremely important. Thus, the entire realm was silent. No one dared to say a word. Wu and Xiao Mingqiu, who knew what was going on, were discussing it with voice transmissions. Now, the entire universe is in danger. The combination of the heaven-devouring beasts is about to be born. It can be said that the human race is in danger. This time, the hope to save the immortal realm and the human race. All of it has fallen on Xiao Han. I wonder if he can turn the tide. It's said that in order to turn the tide, one must cultivate that cultivation technique. I hope that junior brother Xiao Han can create a miracle this time. In the void. Now, I'm going to extract your soul and mind power. Relax. Xiao Han said sternly. Yes, master. The 100 extra-dimensional beings shouted in unison. The next moment. Let's begin. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Soon after, a mysterious rune formed by pure mind power appeared above Xiao Han's head. The rune was like a deep pool, a black hole, an abyss. It produced a powerful suction force. At the same time, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light formed by the fluctuations of mind power shot out from the heads of the 100 extra-dimensional beings. Extract. Try extracting a bit first. Hong. The rune above Xiao Han's head sucked. 100 lives, 99 lives, 98 lives, 97 lives. 99% of the light of mind power from the 10 extra-dimensional beings was absorbed, leaving only a little to protect their bodies. Of course, the extraction of mind power could not be completely drained, or they would die immediately. 99% of the soul power of the 10 extra-dimensional beings was absorbed directly into his own soul. 10 rays of light fused into the rune above Xiao Han's head. Immediately, the rune became even more powerful, its light shining brightly. Xiao Han could clearly feel that his soul had become stronger. There's no burden on my soul at all. Xiao Han's heart trembled. It's like drinking water or eating food. Ha 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 ha. It really seems to work. Xiao Han was so overjoyed that he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh wildly. The next moment, boom! 99% of the mind power of the remaining 99 extra-dimensional beings was instantly extracted by Xiao Han. Fusion. There's no burden. It's very pure. It's very simple. Xiao Han stood up. Then, the rune above his head flashed, and the 100 rays of light returned to the brain of the extra-dimensional beings. I finally found a way to overcome this obstacle. Good, there's no time to lose. I'll go look for the Grand Mist Emperor now. Xiao Han's figure flickered, and he left the Cosmos Sack. Immortal World. Inside a pavilion in a famous historical site. Little friend Xiao Han, you said you found the best way to cultivate that ancient cultivation technique? The Grand Mist Emperor looked at Xiao Han with an incredulous expression. Yes. As long as you let go of your soul and temporarily become my slave, establishing a master-servant relationship with me, when I extract the soul power, there won't be any burden due to the different memories. Because it's an instinct for a master to read the slave's memories. You have the highest authority. Xiao Han's voice was loud and clear. Good. The Grand Mist Emperor also understood the crux of the matter in a split second. Little friend Xiao Han, you're really something. Indeed, this is the only way. To think that you could think of this. This old man is really impressed, and sincerely convinced. To be continued. Chapter 781. Xiao Han explained his plan to the Grand Mist Emperor. $23x. It was simple. He wanted all the immortals in the immortal world to become his slaves, merging the thoughts of master and servant. Then, Xiao Han would arrange a ceremony to extract 99% of the soul force from all the slaves. In this way, he would be able to successfully cultivate the eternal mystic art. Hearing Xiao Han's plan, the Grand Mist Emperor was enlightened in an instant. Like waking up from a dream. Even the Grand Mist Emperor's eyes shone with a dazzling light. It was as if he had found the lighthouse in the middle of a lost road. The feeling of enlightenment. Originally, it was impossible to cultivate this miraculous art no matter what. The Grand Mist Emperor was an all-knowing existence, and as the leader of the immortal world since ancient times, he had long predicted that not only was it impossible to cultivate this miraculous spiritual force art, but if one tried to cultivate it recklessly, in the best-case scenario, one's mind would split, and in the worst-case scenario, one's mind would explode and they would die. However, after listening to Xiao Han's brilliant plan, the Grand Mist Emperor was thoroughly enlightened. At this point, he was completely in awe of Xiao Han's resourcefulness. However, the Grand Mist Emperor wants to convince all the immortals in the world to become my, Xiao Han's, slaves. This. Xiao Han frowned slightly. It's very difficult. Of course, I can only say with a clear conscience that I, Xiao Han, have absolutely no selfish motives, and have never thought of controlling the entire immortal world through this matter. Little friend Xiao Han, you don't have to be like this. The Grand Mist Emperor's expression turned serious. This old man is proficient in the art of reading minds, and I have long seen that little friend has a kind heart. In fact, you are not someone who fights for hegemony. In your state of mind, you have no desires, and you are free and unfettered. You will never use this opportunity to enslave the immortals and rule the immortal world. After a pause, the Grand Mist Emperor stood up. Little friend Xiao Han, there's no time to lose. There's no time to lose. Hurry up and get ready. This old man will immediately notify the entire immortal world and have every immortal be prepared to sign a master-servant contract with you. Even this old man will sign a master-servant contract with you. There's not much time left before the fusion of the two heaven-devouring beasts, and the fusion of the two heaven-devouring beasts is about to take over the immortal world. We can't afford to waste any time now. Little friend Xiao Han had taken in so many slaves all at once. Do you have a problem? There shouldn't be any problems. Xiao Han pondered for a moment before nodding his head. You should know. The extinguishing heaven-decimating earth mental technique that Xiao Han cultivated, aside from sharpening his mental power, also had the ability to enslave other living beings. Now, Xiao Han's mental strength was so strong that it was undefeatable. Therefore, no matter who it was, Xiao Han could enslave them. Basically, Xiao Han could forcefully enslave some ordinary immortal emperors. Xiao Han had a certain chance of enslaving immortal emperors with higher cultivation realms. But now, all the immortals in the immortal world did not need Xiao Han to forcibly enslave them. They would voluntarily open up their soul and mental strength, submitting to Xiao Han and giving him their faith. In this way, Xiao Han did not need to use any tricks. He only needed to sweep his mental strength, and he would be able to obtain a large number of immortal slaves. Grand Mist Emperor, as long as the immortals open up their soul and give me their faith without the slightest bit of resistance, there won't be any problems. Good. Little friend Xiao Han, I'll go inform the immortal world now. Also, this old man will hurry up and set up the formation to cultivate that mystical technique. The Grand Mist Emperor said with certainty. Little friend Xiao Han, prepare yourself. With that said, the Grand Mist Emperor left. Who? Xiao Han took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, adjusting his mental state to its peak. At the same time, the Grand Mist Emperor directly appeared in the sky above the immortal world. His entire body emitted a dazzling radiance, and an immense aura of righteousness spread out, enveloping the entire immortal world. Seeing this, the densely packed immortals gathered together, looking up at the Grand Mist Emperor in the sky and uttering words of respect. The Grand Mist Emperor has appeared. It seems like something big is about to happen in our immortal world. It's probably to deal with the war against the heaven-devouring beasts. Yes, our immortal world, even the entire race, is in a state of near extinction. The Grand Mist Emperor is leading us in a final resistance, to turn the tide and save everything. Recently, the Grand Mist Emperor has also set up some formations in the sky above the immortal world. It seems to be used to fight against the heaven-devouring beasts. Yes, at this moment, in the sky above the immortal world, densely packed formations like a chessboard appeared. The void was inlaid with many energy crystals and carved with a large number of ancient runes. Grand Mist Emperor, what plans do you have to protect the immortal world? Please tell us. We will definitely follow your orders and fight against the heaven-devouring beasts to the death. Even if we have to pay with our lives, we won't hesitate. Some of the more experienced high-level immortal emperors shouted. In the void. My fellow comrades in the immortal world, I'm sure you already know that the two heaven-devouring beasts are killing each other. But this isn't a good thing for our immortal world. On the contrary, it's the greatest tragedy and nightmare. Because the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts and heaven-devouring beasts will be born. It's an existence that no one can resist. Even this old man will be killed in an instant if he faces the combination. However, there's always a chance of survival. Now, we found the only way to fight against the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts and heaven-devouring beasts. Immortals, please open your hearts and establish a master-servant contract with little friend Xiao Han. Then, transfer your mental strength to little friend Xiao Han without any hindrance, so that little friend Xiao Han can successfully cultivate the divine art to fight against the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts and heaven-devouring beasts. The Grand Mist Emperor was the totem of all the immortals in the immortal world. He was their pillar of faith, their spiritual sustenance. Today, he had personally come out to speak. Moreover, the immortals also understood the seriousness of the matter. Therefore soon, Emperor, we'll offer our hearts and minds immediately. We'll worship Xiao Han. We'll become his slaves. As long as we can fight against the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts and heaven-devouring beasts, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, it's nothing. The Grand Mist Emperor nodded, then turned to Xiao Han. Little friend Xiao Han, you may begin. In the next moment, whoosh, Xiao Han rose into the air. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, his body emitting boundless light. He looked solemn and dignified. Everyone, after killing the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts and heaven-devouring beasts, I, Xiao Han, will automatically remove my slave relationship. You can rest assured about this. Moreover, as long as the immortal world is safe, I, Xiao Han, will immediately go into seclusion. I have no ambition to rule over the immortal world. Xiao Han spoke with fervor and assurance. Xiao Han, let's begin. We all believe in you. The immortals clamored. These immortals trusted Xiao Han very much. First, the Grand Mist Emperor supported Xiao Han unconditionally. Second, Xiao Han's battle strength was too strong. He killed 3 high-level immortal emperors as easily as picking up grass. In fact, even the Grand Mist Emperor was no match for Xiao Han. Therefore, if Xiao Han wanted to rule over the immortal world, there was no need for him to play such underhanded tricks. He could just use force to suppress them. In an instant, a dense crowd of immortals opened their hearts and minds to Xiao Han, not resisting at all. Power of faith surged toward Xiao Han like a tidal wave. To be continued. Chapter 782. Xiao Han's plan was progressing smoothly. 23x. Under the summons of the Grand Mist Emperor, all the immortals in the immortal world sat down cross-legged and looked down at Xiao Han with pious expressions. They opened up their hearts and souls, offering their most loyal faith to Xiao Han. In an instant, the vast immortal world was filled with a grand and solemn Sanskrit chant. One after another, the purest and most translucent halos of light appeared and swarmed toward Xiao Han. And at this moment, Xiao Han. His appearance was solemn and dignified. Every cell in his body was emitting a misty light, as pure and untainted as a diamond. Every ray of misty light was filled with the power of edification. The power of edification, expiation, and enlightenment. It was like directly rescuing people when they were on the wrong path, pulling them back from the edge of the cliff. In the past, Xiao Han had used the power of edification in the extinguishing heaven-decimating earth mental technique to capture some slaves. But now, Xiao Han's mental force was like the midday sun. When he used the power of edification again, he was like a fish in water. A single ray of mental force could plant a seed of faith in the depths of the target's soul. Xiao Han could even make an ordinary true immortal submit to him with a single look. Now the immortals in the immortal world were opening up their hearts and souls to worship Xiao Han, releasing the power of faith to him. This made it even easier for Xiao Han to edify these immortals. Pft, pft, pft. The rays of power of faith were completely absorbed by Xiao Han's mental force and returned to the light ray. The light ray shone into the hearts of these immortals. Soul. Directly branded one master-servant contract after another. Xiao Han's entire body was wrapped in a gorgeous halo of light. Heavenly flowers showered down. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. Thousands of auspicious clouds bloomed, and auspicious chi filled the air. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. Soon, the immortals had become Xiao Han's slaves. The look in their eyes started to change. When they looked at Xiao Han, their eyes were filled with fanatical worship and faith. It was as if they were facing the God they had worshipped all their lives. They worshipped him with all their heart and soul, without the slightest blasphemy. He had become Xiao Han's slave. As for Xiao Han, he could sense that more and more immortals were under his control. With a single thought, he could wipe them all out. Naturally, a sense of superiority arose from his bloodline. However, Xiao Han quickly dispelled this domineering attitude of a master. Deep in his heart, he became humble. Xiao Han did not become the master of so many immortals because of him. After all, every single immortal had submitted to him. It was all for the sake of fighting against the combination of the heaven-devouring beasts. The immortals were so righteous that they sacrificed their lives for justice. If Xiao Han developed a sense of superiority because of this, it would be a moral loss. Guard your heart. Don't be happy with material things. Don't be sad about yourself. Don't be arrogant. Xiao Han's state of mind was completely calm. In such a desireless state of mind, the light around Xiao Han's body grew more and more intense, more and more resplendent, more and more flawless. His face was holy and noble, like a god from the outer realms, untainted by dust. At this point, Xiao Han's state of mind was even more perfect. It was as if he had reached the level of a great sage from ancient times. There were no flaws at all. In terms of temperament, Xiao Han had made great progress again. The immortals who had already submitted to Xiao Han formed circles around him, chanting songs of praise as brilliant light shone from their mouths. This was no longer like signing a master-servant contract. It was more like countless immortals were working together with Xiao Han to write a great and heroic chapter of the immortal world. This kind of phenomenon caused the Grand Mist Emperor and other experienced immortal emperors to gasp in admiration. They were also amazed by Xiao Han and were sincerely convinced. Even the Grand Mist Emperor was thoroughly impressed by Xiao Han at this moment. He even had the impulse to worship Xiao Han willingly. Good. That's great. Little friend Xiao Han really meets all the requirements to save the immortal world. He's the perfect savior. The Grand Mist Emperor was extremely moved. His voice trembled. With the halo around him, this old man suddenly had an illusion that little friend Xiao Han is the protector and master of the immortal world that was born when the chaos of the immortal world was first formed. Forget it. Don't hesitate any longer. Offer our faith. Open our hearts. Finally, the senior immortal emperors led by the Grand Mist Emperor unconditionally opened their hearts to Xiao Han. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense rays of spiritual light swept over them. The eyes of the Grand Mist Emperor and the others began to change. Soon, all of them became Xiao Han's slaves. About a few hours later, Xiao Han stopped releasing spiritual light rays. He retracted his aura and slowly stood up. Countless immortals sat cross-legged in the void in all directions. With the Grand Mist Emperor as the leader, all of them looked at Xiao Han with eyes full of worship and faith. There was no trace of disobedience. In other words, Xiao Han had become the master of all the immortals in the immortal world. Ruling the immortal world. The fully deserving king of the immortal world. However, Xiao Han's eyes were as deep as an ancient well. Before the immortals could speak, Xiao Han took the initiative to speak. Everyone, there's no need to be courteous to me, Xiao Han. Now, the ritual formation for cultivating that ancient soul art has been set up. Everyone, get into position. I will now extract your soul force. Make haste, I can also feel that the fusion of the heaven-devouring beast and the heaven-devouring beast is about to be born. A great danger is beginning to invade my heart. I can't afford to be negligent. Let's begin. At Xiao Han's command, all the immortals entered the void and set up a chessboard-like formation. An immortal sat cross-legged at the intersection of the longitude and latitude. Xiao Han sat at the center of countless immortals. Begin! A sharp light flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and like a whale sucking in water, he extracted the immortal's soul force one by one. 99% of each immortal's soul force was extracted by Xiao Han through the air. Because these immortals were already Xiao Han's slaves, their memories would not interfere with the extraction of their soul force. Thus, the extraction of their soul force would not cause any burden to his own soul. Like a sponge, Xiao Han absorbed the glass-like rays of soul force to his heart's content. His own soul force rose steadily. In the depths of the vast universe. Finally, the demon god devoured the demon prince. No, to be more precise, one heaven-devouring beast devoured another heaven-devouring beast. In this way, the demon god's body doubled in size. The wild aura it exuded also doubled in size. The fusion was finally born. Ha 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 ha. Power. I feel invincible power. Ha 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 ha. A single thought can obliterate a starry sky. Ha 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 ha. The demon god opened its mouth wide. A terrifying black hole immediately formed, forcibly compressing and devouring a large part of the universe. In a breath's time, several stars in the distance were devoured. Extremely terrifying. To be continued. Chapter 783. In just a few hours, Xiao Han had all the immortals in the immortal world as his slaves. Even the Grand Mist Emperor, the leader of the immortal world since the beginning of time, bowed to Xiao Han. Now, Xiao Han had started to practice the most ancient, mysterious, and invincible mental technique since the beginning of the universe. The formation was set up. Next, all the immortals were ordered to sit cross-legged at the intersection point of the chessboard-like formation. Xiao Han extracted the immortal's spiritual force with ease. All of the immortal's psychic and soul power were drained by Xiao Han like the currents of the ocean. In an instant, with Xiao Han as the center, an illusory whirlpool formed. Dazzling lights shone in all directions, shining into Xiao Han's soul. Xiao Han's soul became hotter and brighter, and auspicious qi and multicolored light intertwined. It was a marvelous sight. Xiao Han himself had turned into a blazing sun. The light and heat surpassed that of the sun, illuminating the entire immortal world. Even the real sun seemed to lose its splendor. Moreover, from the inside of the sun that Xiao Han had turned into, came an ancient song of praise. It was as if countless gods were sitting cross-legged inside, worshipping Xiao Han, and supporting him. Xiao Han himself could feel that his spiritual energy had grown to an unimaginable level. It gave him a majestic feeling, as if he was shining with the heavens and earth, shining with the sun and moon. At this time, 99% of the Grand Mist Emperor's spiritual force had been extracted by Xiao Han, leaving only a tiny bit of his soul to guard his heart. Success! It's really a success! The Grand Mist Emperor's heart was pounding. He couldn't control himself. One had to know. The calamity this time. Even the Grand Mist Emperor had lost all hope in the depths of his heart. The truth was, he was living in despair. He knew that as long as the heaven-devouring beasts combined descended, the immortal world would be destroyed, and the civilization and order of the universe would be completely crushed. All living beings in the universe would become slaves of the heaven-devouring beasts combined, and even become their food. However, in the midst of despair, Xiao Han was born. A man of sages. The current Xiao Han was no less than the ancient sages who created heaven and earth, the ones who enlightened all living beings. There's hope for our immortal world. At this point, the Grand Mist Emperor was practically looking forward to Xiao Han merging with the heaven-devouring beast as soon as possible. As for Xiao Han, I have the powerful mental energy to create the immortal world. Xiao Han was very clear about his current state. The current him had reached a realm that was unimaginable in the past. For example, now, Xiao Han could simply imagine it. He could turn an imaginary object into a real object. Furthermore, this change did not require much energy. It only required a single thought. For example, Xiao Han could imagine a mountain range as he pleased. Then the mountain range would be born. It would be a real mountain range that could nurture trees, flowers, birds, and beasts. There's still a portion of the immortal psychic and soul power that I haven't extracted. Now's not the time to be complacent. Let's continue. Xiao Han's body shook. Rays of brilliant light shot out and continued to absorb the immortal spirit and soul. In the end, Xiao Han even used his will to envelop the entire immortal world, shrouding it in a layer of fog. In this way, Xiao Han's powerful and pure mental power would not leak out. In the vast universe, a gigantic creature that was so powerful that it could devour stars was flying in the universe. Wherever it passed, it would cause a terrifying disaster with a magnitude of 100. Wherever it passed, space and time would explode and shatter. Planets would be obliterated. Wherever it passed, everything would be destroyed, desolate, and withered. There was absolutely no sign of life. This gigantic creature was the demon god that had devoured Princess Yao. Ha 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 ha. I'm many times stronger than before. The entire universe has become my backyard. I'm going to crush the entire immortal world. Now, no one can stop me. Ha ha ha, I'm going to seize the body of that young man named Xiao Han. Ha ha ha, I'm going to seize his body. Humph. Young Xiao Han has become the strongest existence in the human race. He has the strength to contend against me. However, he can't even withstand a single blow from me. Ha 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 ha. Immortal world. Wait for my arrival. The demon god let out a sinister and cold laugh. However, the demon god did not fly to the immortal world immediately. Instead, it flew around the universe and arrived at an extremely special area. This area was a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, there was a shocking energy fluctuation. If this energy fluctuation was released even a little, it would be enough to cause an unimaginable blow to the immortal world. And this ripple of energy was very similar to the life signature of the demon god. Yes, the life characteristics that came out of the black hole were the aura of a heaven-devouring beast. It seemed there were heaven-devouring beasts in this black hole. The demon god stopped flying and stopped outside the black hole. Ha ha ha. I've finally found a nest of heaven-devouring beasts in the universe. There are 5 heaven-devouring beast cubs inside. Perhaps, these are the only 5 heaven-devouring beasts left in the universe. These 5 heaven-devouring beasts have yet to mature and haven't killed each other yet. Just nice, I can make them submit to me. The next moment, roar! The demon god roared at the black hole. The sound wave was like a tidal wave, carrying with it the power to destroy everything. It directly shattered the black hole. Then, 5 smaller heaven-devouring beasts appeared in front of the demon god. Under the demon god's powerful aura and pressure, the 5 heaven-devouring beasts immediately trembled. Then, the demon god transmitted some thoughts to the 5 heaven-devouring beasts. Soon, the 5 heaven-devouring beasts prostrated themselves at the demon god's feet, trembling, expressing their submission. Good. Now, bring these 5 heaven-devouring beasts to conquer the immortal world. After that, I'll find a place to devour all of them and absorb their life energy. The demon god was completely satisfied. Then, the demon god led the 5 heaven-devouring beasts toward the immortal world. A real disaster. The greatest disaster in the history of the immortal world was about to befall. The immortal world. Xiao Han's body emitted a blinding light. At this moment, Xiao Han's subconsciousness surged with a great sense of danger. Oh! The combination has been born and is marching toward the immortal world. Xiao Han opened his eyes and a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. Come on! This is the final battle. Let's see if the immortal world is destroyed or the combination of heaven-devouring beasts is destroyed. Xiao Han stood up. To be continued. Chapter 784. With Xiao Han's level of cultivation, coupled with the fact that his mental strength and soul power were as bright as the heavens and the earth, and the sun and moon shone together, he had a strong and accurate sense of danger and premonition. Even though the monster god was still very far away from the immortal world, Xiao Han could feel the monster god's approach. It was a mysterious feeling. It could only be sensed but not described. In fact, Xiao Han could sense that the demon god was now many times stronger than before. Xiao Han stood up, his eyes glowing with a violent and unwavering battle intent. Xiao Han knew that the final battle was about to begin. This battle was not a battle between Xiao Han and the demon gods. It was a battle between individuals. It was a battle between two great races in the entire universe. The loser would face extinction. All the immortals in the world of immortals realized that the monster god was about to descend upon the world of immortals from Xiao Han's emotional fluctuations. Their eyes glinted with a solemn determination to fight to the death. However, when they looked at Xiao Han, they were also filled with blind admiration and confidence. The crowd of immortals stood up from the void formation. Their souls, psychic power, and hearts converged with Xiao Han's. If Xiao Han wanted to command all the immortals in the world of immortals to fight, he could unify their movements with a single thought. He would be able to command them with ease. However, Xiao Han understood that these immortals wouldn't be of much help in the final battle against the monster god. This was a fight to the death between him and the monster god, two existences at the top of the food chain in the universe. I've already extracted 99% of the psychic and soul power of all the immortals in the world of immortals. With the current state of my soul, I should be able to face the monster god head-on. Boundless divine light shone from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. It was as if countless gods were sitting cross-legged in Xiao Han's soul, chanting incessantly. However, to be on the safe side, Xiao Han still issued an order. Fellow immortals, the final battle is about to begin. Please release all your immortal force to envelop the world of immortals and form a defensive barrier to delay the monster god's first attack. Because Xiao Han had only extracted 99% of the psychic and soul power of each immortal, there was still some left. Because of this, immortals were able to fight and use their immortal power. However, if one's soul force was too weak, their combat prowess, combat techniques, and the execution of various immortal arts and divine abilities would be greatly restricted. However, he could only release his immortal energy to form a defensive barrier. This is not a problem at all. Xiao Han's order was quickly carried out. Xiao, 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 every single immortal. They all released their celestial power, which intertwined together at the same time, forming a seven-colored barrier of celestial power that wrapped around the entire celestial world. This shield should be able to delay the demon god's attack speed for at least one breath. In one breath, I can release a few thousand spirit shockwaves and a few thousand saber-intent slashes at the demon god. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. Xiao Han then issued an order to Bai Shi and the other beings from the alternate dimensions, telling them to come over immediately. Very soon, Bai Shi and the other 100 experts with strength equivalent to a high-grade immortal emperor appeared beside Xiao Han. Master, the curtains of the final battle are about to open. We request to fight with Master. Bai Shi and the others shouted in unison, not afraid of death. The immortals' morale soared when they saw 100 powerful beings appear. Hiss! I didn't expect Xiao Han to have such a trump card. Even the Grand Mist Emperor was slightly surprised. What all of you need to do is to channel your soul force into me, then release your energy to strengthen this defensive barrier. Xiao Han did not waste any more time and immediately gave the order. In an instant, Bai Shi and the other beings from the alternate dimensions had channeled 99% of their soul force into Xiao Han's body. This made Xiao Han's soul force even stronger and more abundant. Then, he released his energy to strengthen the immortal world's defensive barrier. Good. Now I have a higher chance of defeating the demon god. Xiao Han was very satisfied. The immortal world's defenses were nearly impregnable. Furthermore, Xiao Han's psychic power was completely restrained, ensuring that the immortal world's aura, as well as the fluctuations of his own psychic and soul power, were completely restrained, allowing the demon gods to sense the situation ahead of time. Demon god! We're getting closer and closer to the immortal world. At this point, there's only one battle left. It's not your death, it's my death. Xiao Han's aura had been brewed to the peak. The demon world. In the past, Princess Yao led a group of demons to attack the immortal world. Originally, the immortal world was on the verge of destruction, but at the crucial moment, the demon god appeared and lured the princess away, causing the demon army to retreat to the demon world. Now the destructive fluctuation of the storm was not only sensed by Xiao Han and the people from the immortal world, but also by all the demons in the demon world. A war is about to break out. This war is mainly against the immortal world. However, once the immortal world is destroyed, our demon world will also be destroyed. What should we do? Are we going to join the army of the immortal world and form an alliance to resist this disaster? Impossible. Our demon race and the human race have always been enemies. It's impossible for us to form an alliance. This kind of thing has never happened since the beginning of time. Forming an alliance with the immortal world is a disgrace to our demon race. Forget it. Now, all the demon races in the demon world must eliminate the internal strife and unite. We must cooperate with all the immortals in the immortal world. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. However, we must release our demon chi to form a barrier to protect the demon world. The best result is that the immortals can withstand this disaster, and at the same time, their vitality will be greatly damaged, allowing our demon race to reap the benefits. Alright. Let's all release our demon chi to form a defensive barrier. Protect ourselves. We must resist this calamity. Very soon, every demon in the demon world, in the face of the impending disaster, gathered their demonic aura and formed a huge demonic power shield, shielding the demon world and protecting all the demon races within it. For the first time since the demon god was sealed, the demon race united. In the vast universe, a total of 6 heaven-devouring beasts were advancing towards the immortal world. The leading heaven-devouring beast was enormous. Its mouth was bigger than a planet. Its entire body was covered in dark golden mysterious patterns. Its eyes shone with the most evil light. This heaven-devouring beast was the demon god. After devouring the demon princess, the demon god claimed to be the strongest creature in the universe. The remaining 5 heaven-devouring beasts were smaller in size. They were the last 5 remaining heaven-devouring beasts in this universe. Now, all of them had submitted to the demon god. Although these 5 heaven-devouring beasts were still young, their combat strength and destructive power were not to be underestimated. It could be said that any one of these 5 heaven-devouring beasts was enough to kill the Grand Mist Emperor. Kik. It seems like I don't need to do anything. These 5 heaven-devouring beasts are enough to destroy the immortal world. What Grand Mist Emperor? What Xiao Han? They'll all be destroyed. Too weak, they're really too weak. The demon god was satisfied. Finally, we're almost at the immortal world. Kik. The immortal world appeared within the demon god's perception range. But at this time, the entire immortal world was wrapped in a layer of hazy light. The demon god could not see it clearly. As for the demon world, it could see a layer of demonic chi barrier. The immortal world is being shielded by an inexplicable power. The demon god paused for a moment. There seems to be a plan brewing against me. But, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless. Suddenly, the demon god commanded the 5 heaven-devouring beasts to attack the immortal world. This was the demon god's first wave of attack. The 5 heaven-devouring beasts attacked the immortal world first. As for the demon god, he was holding the rear. To be continued. Chapter 785. Finally, led by the demon god, the 6 heaven-devouring beasts arrived in the sky above the immortal world. In an instant, an indescribably terrifying pressure enveloped the entire immortal world. That powerful and earth-shattering life force fluctuation seemed to be able to shatter the immortal world with just a slight fluctuation. Of course, the demon god's pressure was mainly exerted on the immortal world. Thus, the demon world, which was far away from the immortal world, only suffered a little. Even so, the demonic chi barrier began to ripple, as if it was in imminent danger. The immortal world. The sky above the immortal world was covered in a hazy gray. It was extremely mysterious, preventing any external detection from penetrating into the immortal world. This was a defensive illusion set up by Xiao Han's supreme mental strength. Inside the immortal world, boundless light radiated in all directions with Xiao Han as the center. Countless immortals sat cross-legged in the void, looking down and releasing their immortal force to form a sparkling, resplendent, flawless defensive barrier. At this moment, this layer of defensive barrier was enduring a huge impact, and cracking sounds kept coming from it. Of course, the heaven-devouring beasts had yet to launch their attacks. Just their pressure alone was not enough to break through the defensive barriers set up by the Grand Mist Emperor and the 100 high-level Immortal Emperor realm experts, as well as countless other immortals. Xiao Han sat cross-legged at the core of the Grand Formation. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. I sensed traces of the demon god's life force. Princess Yao's aura is also present in this terrifying life force. However, it looks like Princess Yao was devoured by the demon god. The current demon god. Its aura is unbelievably strong. It's strong enough to swallow the universe and dominate the world. However, something's wrong. Apart from the demon god, there are 5 other heaven-devouring beasts' life force. In other words, the demon god has brought 5 heaven-devouring beasts. Xiao Han was slightly shocked. In an instant, because of the connection between master and servant, all the immortals, vaguely, they knew that there was more than one heaven-devouring beast that had descended. Everyone calm down. Xiao Han immediately sent a telepathic message. There are a total of 6 heaven-swallowing beasts. Among them, the demon god is extremely powerful and unparalleled. As for the remaining 5, they are still very young. There is no need to worry about them. They should be the heaven-swallowing beast cubs that have not matured yet. Xiao Han was the backbone of the entire lower realm, and even the entire human race. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Xiao Han's eyes widened. Only then did the immortals regain their composure. At this moment, under the demon god's command, the 5 heaven-devouring beasts were already charging towards the celestial realm. How? A wild roar rang out. The 5 heaven-devouring beasts roared in unison. The sound waves were like an apocalyptic disaster, directly spreading out. Bang! 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 A huge explosion. Merely the roars of the 5 heaven-devouring beasts were sufficient to blast the densely packed stars in the vicinity of the immortal dimension into powder. Even the space in the universe was like a piece of paper as it was shattered. Space and time were distorted, causing the universe to sink into eternal darkness. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Countless immortals joined together to form a defensive barrier, but the roar cracked it with spiderweb-like cracks. The lingering sound waves penetrated into the celestial realm, causing countless celestial mountains to explode and buildings to collapse. The immortals sitting cross-legged in the void were shaken by the sound waves. The entire celestial realm was plunged into a state of extreme panic. The sun and moon turned dark, and the immortals sat cross-legged in the void. The immortals gritted their teeth and circulated their spirit and willpower to resist. However, they could not help but feel anxious. That's right. The combined roar of the 5 heaven-devouring beasts was enough to destroy the celestial realm. Without a doubt, this was the greatest catastrophe the celestial realm had ever suffered in history. If not for the defensive barrier that Xiao Han had ordered the immortals to set up in advance, the celestial realm would have been destroyed by now, flattened and reduced to ashes. If not for Xiao Han, the primordial emperor and his troops would not have been able to resist the 5 heaven-devouring beasts. Moreover, behind the 5 heaven-devouring beasts, there was an even more invincible demon god. Everyone, stay calm. Don't panic. Xiao Han's voice was calm and gentle, reverberating in the immortals' hearts and minds, instantly stabilizing the immortals' instinctive fear. They're about to attack. Xiao Han's spirit and soul were extremely focused. His entire body emitted a glazed light, exuding the aura of a saint that could enlighten the world. Under the shroud of this aura, the army was not in chaos, and everyone was at peace. At the same time, after a burst of wild roars, the 5 heaven-devouring beasts charged into the celestial realm without any hesitation. The demon gods behind them all grinned maliciously. Ha 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 ha. The celestial realm is about to be destroyed. All immortals will become my food. Ha ha ha. Astonishingly, the voice rang out. The smile on the demon gods' faces froze. It was as if a fetus had died in the womb. The demon gods had a bad feeling about this. Something's wrong. I sense a terrifying mental force that can shake heaven and earth. There's something strange about the celestial realm. Also, I sense that Xiao Han seems to have grown stronger by who knows how many times. He actually gives me a feeling of enlightening all things, of radiating light, and of creating the universe. This is the aura of a great sage. Yes, Xiao Han could sense the demon god's increase in strength, And the demon gods could also sense Xiao Han's change. Because Xiao Han and the demon gods had once shared a body. When Xiao Han had risen from a living target, the demon gods had always lived in his heart. The two of them shared a subtle feeling that was difficult to describe with words. Wait. The demon gods immediately stopped the 5 heaven-devouring beasts' attack. But it was already too late. The 5 heaven-devouring beasts had very low intelligence. They did not care about the mysteries of the celestial realm and charged in. They're coming. Finally, the 5 heaven-devouring beasts were very close to the celestial realm, about to tear open the barrier. Suddenly, die! Xiao Han's spirit jolted. Intense, unparalleled in the universe, containing all the immortals and 100 alternate dimensional lifeforms' terrifying mental and soul power, mixed with godly saber intent, blasted out. There was no technique involved in this attack. It was purely a direct attack of energy. Pfft. With a tremor, a large area of space shattered like a pile of rubble. The 5 heaven-devouring beasts' cries stopped almost at the same time. Silence. As if their vocal cords had been cut off. Moreover, their huge bodies that were swooping down at high speed also stopped. Paused. Still. It was as if time had frozen, no longer flowing. The 5 heaven-devouring beasts were like trapped amber. The next moment... Pfft. The towering bodies of the 5 heaven-devouring beasts completely exploded into pieces. Disintegrated into dust. Death. Killed? A total of 5 heaven-devouring beasts were killed just like that? None of the immortals could believe what they had just seen. It was like a dream to him. The heaven-devouring beasts were the most powerful creatures in the universe, at the top of the food chain. Even a cub was difficult to kill. Not even one. But now, Xiao Han had destroyed 5 heaven-devouring beasts with a single thought, as easy as drinking water and eating rice. This mystical spiritual art is indeed heaven-defying and invincible. Xiao Han was also intoxicated by it. The next moment... Whoosh! 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 Xiao Han used his mental strength to fuse the powder of the 5 exploded heaven-devouring beasts' corpses into the broken barrier of the celestial realm. The celestial realm's barrier, which was on the verge of destruction, was not only repaired, but also strengthened. The 5 heaven-devouring beasts' life essence turned into defense. The celestial realm's defense became even more impregnable. To be continued. Chapter 786. Under the first wave of attacks from the 5 heaven-devouring beasts, Xiao Han used his soul force to blast the 5 heaven-devouring beasts apart. Such a method was simply unparalleled in the world. One must know that the heaven-devouring beasts were the strongest beings in the universe, and they stood at the top of the food chain. This was an indisputable fact, and it was practically impossible to kill a heaven-devouring beast. Yet now, Xiao Han had actually killed 5 heaven-devouring beasts in a single breath. Moreover, he'd used the fragments of their corpses to form the defensive barrier of the celestial world. It was too shocking. It was an invincible technique. In the blink of an eye, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. People were cheering Xiao Han's name, and in the depths of their hearts, they were even more pious in their worship. As a result, Xiao Han's mental strength became stronger and more stable. His state of mind had almost reached an invulnerable state. However, Xiao Han wasn't arrogant at all. I've extracted the souls of countless immortals, including super powerhouses like the Grand Mist Emperor and Bai Shi. In other words, all the power in the immortal world is gathered in my body. If I can't even kill 5 heaven-devouring beasts that haven't fully matured yet, how am I supposed to deal with the monster gods? Furthermore, the power of a demon god is many times stronger than these 5 heaven-swallowing beast cubs. They cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Xiao Han was extremely focused, quietly waiting for the demon god to descend, waiting for the final battle. At this moment, the defensive barrier of the immortal world that had fused with the corpses of the 5 heaven-devouring beasts was practically glistening with the radiance of the heavenly Tao. Give birth to the sun, moon and stars, and in the demon realm. All the demons. They were all stunned by the shocking scene just now. He originally thought that the 5 heaven-devouring beasts could instantly annihilate the entire immortal world. However, a boundless mental energy suddenly burst forth from the immortal world, dominating the entire universe and crushing the 5 heaven-devouring beasts. All of the monster spirits were well aware of the power that had erupted from the world of immortals. It was enough to raise the demon realm to the ground with a single thought. A supreme immortal has been born. It's over. Our demon world is completely finished. The immortal is going to unify the immortal world and the demon world. Some of the demons sighed in despair. At this moment the demon god roar. Suddenly, the monster god let out a furious roar as well. The sound waves were like a torrent, spreading out in all directions, destroying everything it came into contact with. Just now, the demon god had already noticed some clues, but it was already too late for him to stop the 5 heaven-devouring beasts' charge. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, the 5 heaven-devouring beasts were already dead. Not even a speck of dust was left. Damn it! Impudent! To actually scheme against this seat. Roar! These 5 infant heaven-devouring beasts. I'm prepared to devour it. This is the source of nourishing energy that I urgently need. It was actually destroyed. What a waste. Unforgivable. The demon god was seething with anger. Soon he was enraged. The situation stabilized a little. It's Xiao Han. It's this brat again. You ruined this seat's good thing. Good, very good. He actually grew again. It had reached such an unimaginable level. It turns out that I was still planning to easily trample on Xiao Han and obtain his flesh shell. However, from the looks of it now, he has cultivated a profound ancient cultivation technique. As the demon god cursed Xiao Han through gritted teeth, he released the heaven-devouring beast's energy in the form of demonic consciousness. It enveloped the entire world of immortals and extracted a great deal of information. All the immortals set up a formation and transferred their psychic energy to Xiao Han. Even the primordial emperor transferred his soul's psychic energy to Xiao Han. Interesting, this cultivation technique is quite interesting. But why is Xiao Han able to withstand such a vast and complex soul? Isn't he afraid of schizophrenia? I know. So it turns out that these guys took the initiative to become Xiao Han's slaves, allowing Xiao Han to perfectly take over their souls. As expected of a fellow with higher intelligence than the heavens. Xiao Han, this is the most difficult to deal with human with the most potential that I have ever seen. However, he is still a little lacking. Ha 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 ha. So be it. Perish. After a bout of bloodthirsty laughter, the demon god finally unleashed his power. The true form of the heaven-devouring beast opened its bloody maw. Demonic light and the heaven-devouring beast's energy intertwined and fused. Then, the heaven-devouring beast's body began to fade and vanish, leaving only its maw. A maw that encompassed all things in the world. The maw spat out cosmic storms, black holes, and rays of light that could swallow the world in one breath. The demon god's own demonic energy, as well as the heaven-devouring beast's origin energy after devouring Princess Yao, all poured into the maw. Then, the maw bit down on the world of immortals. The entire universe was compressed into a ball by the maw. It tightly wrapped around the world, sealing off the world's vital energy. Even the oxygen that living things needed to breathe began to condense, as if about to explode. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The world's defensive barrier began to crumble. It couldn't withstand the pressure of the maw at all. But strangely, the demon god had used all his energy to suppress the world of immortals, but not the monster realm. This was a little unusual. After all, the demon god was no longer part of the monster race. He could have destroyed the monster realm in passing, but he hadn't done so. The laws of order in the world of immortals were in chaos, collapsing. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, time, wind, fire, water, and other substances all disappeared. Mountains collapsed, the earth's crust cracked, the oceans evaporated, and all flora and fauna went extinct in an instant. The sun was also blocked. Oxygen condensed bit by bit, exploding. The entire world of immortals was about to enter a terrifying vacuum state. It was as if the entire universe was collapsing inwards, about to compress the world into a single point. At this time, Xiao Han didn't hesitate any longer. Fight to the death. Xiao Han condensed all his mental energy, all his saber will, into a single point, bursting forth with boundless light, shooting straight at the bloody maw of the demon god. Hong! Xiao Han's mental energy shone through the ages. Xiao Han's saber will cut through heaven and earth, dividing yin and yang. This strike contained the hope and faith of all immortals. The attack landed directly on the demon god's bloody maw. Pucci. The condensed universe was immediately blasted out rays of light, and oxygen was produced anew. But it's useless. Destroy. The entire universe seemed to be left with only the voice of the demon god. The next moment, the bloody maw continued to bite at the world of immortals. Xiao Han's full-powered attack actually only managed to block the demon god slightly, but it didn't break the maw. Not good. Just a little bit more. Xiao Han cursed inwardly. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Han continuously shot out mental energy saberlights, bombarding the bloody maw, slowing down the speed at which the maw devoured the immortal world. However, according to the current situation, the immortal world would fall sooner or later. At this time, Xiao Han, there is still a heart demon in your heart. The existence of this heart demon has caused a crack in your heart, affecting your battle strength. Now, I'll let you make up for this heart demon. Make you perfect. It's truly invulnerable. The Grand Mist Emperor roared. The next moment, pfft. The void of the immortal world shattered, and a woman gracefully walked out. The moment this woman walked out, she looked at Xiao Han with boundless love in her eyes. This gaze contained indescribable yearning and love. At the same time, Xiao Han's gaze also looked over. To be continued. Chapter 787. The direct confrontation between Xiao Han and the demon god. This peerless battle had finally begun. This was a battle of life and death. One was an invincible species that had the demon god as its foundation, and had fused with two heaven-devouring titanic beasts. The other was the strongest genius that had been born in the human race for countless years. He had absorbed the will of countless immortals and fought for hope. He had the aura of an ancient sage, Xiao Han. In such an ancient war, no other person or creature could intervene. However, in the direct confrontation, the demon god had actually suppressed Xiao Han. Xiao Han had condensed the soul force of all the immortals to form a blade intent that could sweep through the universe. However, it was unable to break through the demon god's defenses. Perhaps it was just a little bit more to defeat the demon god. However, in a battle of this level, that little bit was the key. It could decide the outcome of the battle. The demon god was about to conquer the immortal world in one go. At this time, the Grand Mist Emperor had used his final trump card. The void tore apart and a woman appeared in Xiao Han's vision with tears of longing in her eyes. Golden hair casually fell on her shoulders. There was a hint of nobility in her languid manner. Her eyes were like gems, her skin like ivory, and she exuded a noble aura. Xiao Yunrong. It was Xiao Yunrong who had been separated from Xiao Han for countless years. At this moment, Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong's eyes met. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The mountains and rivers disappeared. The demon god, the danger, the disadvantageous situation they were facing. All of it dissipated between Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong. Everything. Complete silence. Yunrong. Xiao Han didn't dare to look at his eyes. His emotions were completely dazed. For so many years, no matter how many fortuitous encounters Xiao Han had encountered, no matter how much he had grown, there was always a woman in his heart that he could not forget. Xiao Yunrong. When Xiao Han was still a weakling, he had been schemed against and poisoned. It was Xiao Yunrong who had helped Xiao Han fend off a plot. She had not hesitated to die. She had consumed the poison herself to save Xiao Han. How could Xiao Han not know that her feelings for Xiao Han ran deep? After Xiao Yunrong disappeared, Xiao Han had searched the world for her, but there was no news of her. Almost in countless nights, Xiao Han couldn't help replaying the scenes of him and Xiao Yunrong getting to know each other. These scenes were simply too penetrating. It couldn't be erased. Not only could it not be erased, but, as time passed, it became clearer and clearer. Brand. This was the mark of regret. This was the greatest achievement of Xiao Han's life. It was also the strongest regret. When a person has regrets, there will be a flaw in their heart. Now he saw Xiao Yunrong again. Not only did she not die from the poison, but she had also become an immortal. The deepest regret in Xiao Han's heart began to heal. The two of them approached each other. Xiao Han's entire body erupted with a peerless aurora. This light was clear and flawless. It was like the first ray of light after the primordial chaos separated the yin and yang of heaven and earth. This was divine light. Holy light. Under this light, all of the imperfections, fear and worry in the hearts of the immortals vanished. The rest were all worshipping him. Submission to the universe. Under this light, the pressure and attack of the demon gods seemed to be frozen. At this time, the Grand Mist Emperor nodded his head repeatedly. Good, this old man has put in a lot of effort. Now, this day has finally come. One had to know that the Grand Mist Emperor was an expert in divination, predicting the past and the future. After the demon god was sealed, the Grand Mist Emperor didn't let his guard down. He had foreseen that in the future, the immortal world, or even the whole universe, would face a disaster. With the Grand Mist Emperor's ability, he was unable to predict the specific details of this disaster. He couldn't avoid the arrival of this disaster. This was a disaster that seemed to be destined by fate. It was filled with sorrow. However, the Grand Mist Emperor had painstakingly deduced that there was a way to avert this calamity. The two most crucial people were Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong. That was why the Grand Mist Emperor had descended to the lower realm. First, to enlighten Xiao Han, and second, to save Xiao Yunrong. At this moment, the disaster had descended. The two people who could save this disaster, Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong, were finally together. Finally, Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong approached each other. Yunrong, how have you been all these years? Xiao Han choked with sobs. I'm fine. I just miss you. Xiao Yunrong's pretty face was flushed with shyness like a young girl's. The two hugged each other. Suddenly, this hug caused Xiao Han's body to burst out with an even brighter light. Boom! 10,000 rays of light shot into the sky. When this light shone, countless planets in the universe were immediately compressed and burned to ashes. The demon god at this time. What? Xiao Han's heart became perfect in an instant. This heart was as deep as the universe. What's going on? The demon god suddenly burst into a shriek. Damn it! Damn it! Swoosh! A thick ray of light shot directly at the demon god. Puff! 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 The demon god's enormous body began to melt and collapse. Pieces of it were burned into nothingness. Roar! The demon god let out a shrill, heart-wrenching scream. This voice reverberated throughout the entire universe. The immortal world. Xiao Han's heart is finally perfect. His mental strength has reached an unprecedented level. He can destroy the demon god now. The spiritual light is about to melt and burn the demon god's body. All the immortals heaved a sigh of relief. Yunrong, destroy the demon god first. Then, we'll be together forever and never be separated. Xiao Han smiled. Then, he turned around and stared at the demon god. Boom, 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 boom. Dense rays of light shot at the demon god. Ah, 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 ah. The demon god's body was peeling off continuously. Xiao Han, you've eliminated the inner demons in your heart. Good. You've obtained terrifying power. But, ha 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 ha, you've miscalculated. Do you think you're flawless now? Do you not have any inner demons? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, do you think you have a backup plan but I don't? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you're destined to fail. Suddenly, the demon god burst into strange, wild laughter. This voice contained a plot that had been brewing for a long time. To deal with you, I also have a backup plan. To be continued. Chapter 788. After Xiao Han had reunited with Xiao Yunrong, his heart and soul had become perfect. Then, his spiritual force and soul force had reached an invulnerable level. The light from his spiritual force shone directly at the demon god. The demon god's gigantic and invincible body started to peel off. It started to melt and disappear. The eyes of all the immortals in the immortal world burned with desire. A disaster that could not be avoided seemed to be resolved at this moment. As long as this invincible fusion of heaven-devouring beasts and invincible beasts was destroyed, the world would return to peace. Peace and order would be restored. There would no longer be any destructive disasters. Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. The demon god's aura was weakening. His life force fluctuations were weakening. More than half of his body had been melted by Xiao Han's spiritual force. Almost everyone thought that the outcome was already decided. The demon god could no longer turn the tables. The demon god would walk the path of destruction. Even the demon clans in the demon world were certain that the demon god would die. However, at this moment, the demon god burst into hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's not over yet. It's far from over. Ha 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 ha. Do all of you think that I don't have any means to counterattack? Xiao Han, you still have a flaw. A huge flaw. The demon god's voice reverberated throughout the universe. Xiao Han, I know you very well. Back then, I happened to fuse with your heart. I was one with you. Therefore, I know every detail of your rise like the back of my hand. Ha 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 ha. If there's anyone else in this world who knows you the best, then it's undoubtedly me. Xiao Han, your current strength is as high as the sun and moon, as vast as heaven and earth. In the entire universe, no other species can contend against you. Then, even if you have a weakness, no other species can discover it. But I know your weakness. I know your weakness. Ha 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 ha. This weakness is the trump card that I've always kept. The demon god's voice was completely fearless and confident. It seemed like he really knew Xiao Han's weakness. Moreover, it seemed like he could use this weakness. Turn the tables. Counterattack. Turn defeat into victory. Kill Xiao Han. At this time, the Grand Mist Emperor frowned slightly. That's not right. I've deduced the heavenly cycle and studied the young Xiao Han. The flaw in his spirit, which is also his weakness, is Yun Rong. Other than that, this young man's spirit is flawless. Untainted and untainted. How could there be a weakness? Was this demon god talking nonsense? The Grand Mist Emperor fell into deep thought. Xiao Han shouldn't have a weakness. Shockingly. Ah! The Grand Mist Emperor screamed. He almost cried out involuntarily. I know. Xiao Han does have a weakness. As for Xiao Han, I got it. I know the demon god's so-called weakness now. Xiao Han could not help but look at his left arm. On his left arm, there was a deep tattoo of a demon emperor's palm. In the past, when Xiao Han was still a grassroot in the mortal world, a living target, the reason why he could rise so quickly was because of the help of the demon god's soul. However, the left arm of the demon the Arch was Xiao Han's first fortuitous encounter. It was also the greatest fortuitous encounter that allowed Xiao Han to rise like a comet. After fusing with the demonic the Arch left arm palm, Xiao Han had been killing his way through and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, the left arm of the demon the Arch devoured the corpses of the demon race and even the corpses of immortals. It was so strong that it could kill immortals at will. At this moment, the left arm of the demon the Arch had already merged with Xiao Han's left arm intimately, completely inseparable. However, no matter what, the demon Thearcha's palm was still a demon. And Xiao Han was a human. The merging of the two would definitely leave a hidden danger. Moreover, this demon Thearcha's palm had been nourished and transformed by the demon god's energy. It could be said that Xiao Han's left arm of the demon Thearcha's palm also contained some of the demon god's life force. Bas, 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 bas. Suddenly, Xiao Han's entire left arm started to tremble uncontrollably. From inside the left arm, a terrifying roar of 10,000 demon remnant souls came out. Gaga gaga ga. Xiao Han, you couldn't refine this demon Thearcha's palm at all. It was me who helped you refine it. After that, I released the supreme demon chi and transformed your demon Thearcha's palm. It could be said that from that moment on, I've left a way to control you forever. Gaga gaga. Now, Xiao Han, die. Become a demon. Be completely oppressed and enslaved by me. The demon god's shattered body burst out with a shocking light. This light shone into the demon realm. In an instant, a strange scene happened. Boom, 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 boom. Under the illumination of this light, all the demons in the demon realm melted. They melted into waves of pure demon liquid energy. And then, hoo, the demon liquid energy, which was like the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes, flowed into Xiao Han's left arm of the demon Thearcha's palm like mercury spilling on the ground. Xiao Han's left arm of the demon Thearcha's palm absorbed all the demon liquid energy on its own. In an instant, at least millions of demons in the demon realm were destroyed and turned into energy that flowed into Xiao Han's left arm. Roar! 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 From Xiao Han's left arm, the roar of demons immediately resounded. The shocking demon qi began to spread uncontrollably from the left arm to every part of Xiao Han's body. The aftermath of the demon qi overflowed and hit the immortals in all directions. One by one, they retreated and spat out blood. Roar! Xiao Han also let out a roar. His body was turning into a demon. Waves of demon qi were about to rush into Xiao Han's brain. The light of soul and mental strength expanded and protected Xiao Han's brain. However, after all, the left arm of the demon Thearcha's palm was already a part of Xiao Han's body. Therefore, it was very difficult for Xiao Han to resist this kind of physiological backlash. Unless he cut off his wrist. Directly cut off his left arm. But now it was too late. The demonic aura had already enveloped Xiao Han's entire body at lightning speed. Except for his head. His whole body began to turn into a demon. Puff! 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 Ferocious bone spikes grew out of Xiao Han's back. Scales had also pierced through his skin. Ah! Xiao Han let out a painful roar. Just now, the demon god's one move had melted all the demons in the demon realm and rushed into the left arm of the demon Thearcha's palm. This caused the left arm of the demon Thearcha's palm to instantly grow to a shocking level. Xiao Han could no longer control the situation. Ha 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 ha. I've said it before. In this universe, no one can defeat me. The demon god burst out with a sinister and triumphant laughter, as if he had everything under control. P.S. A new chapter will be released next week. As for the demon god and the lack of chapters, I will explain to everyone in the final speech. I will also do my best to make up for the mistakes. To be continued. Chapter 789. It turned out that the demon god also had some extraordinary tricks up his sleeves. From the very beginning, when he possessed Xiao Han's heart, he had already laid down his plans. He took the initiative to help Xiao Han refine the demon god's left palm. This way, he would be able to plant a seed of demonic qi in Xiao Han's body. One day, he would be able to use this seed to control Xiao Han. Finally, the moment had arrived. Just as Xiao Han's heart was about to use the ancient spiritual light to kill the demon god once and for all, the demon god finally used his final trump card. In an instant, all the demons in the demon world turned into a strange and eerie demonic qi that surged into Xiao Han's left arm. In an instant, Xiao Han's body had turned into a demon. Right now, Xiao Han's immortal body had turned into a sinister demon body. Countless scales and bone spikes burst out from Xiao Han's body. The thick and evil demonic qi was about to reach Xiao Han's head. Not good. The Grand Mist Emperor was terrified out of his wits, and he let out a wail of despair. Xiao Han. Xiao Han is going to be demonized. In the blink of an eye, the demonic qi will invade his brain. This way, Xiao Han will have to use all his soul and mental force to resist the demonic qi and struggle. The demon god will have the best chance to defeat Xiao Han. It's over. I didn't expect the demon god to be so cunning and have such a trick up his sleeves. At this time, Xiao Han raised his head and roared. His body shook and pushed Xiao Yunrong away to prevent the demonic qi from contaminating Xiao Yunrong. He used all his strength to bring Xiao Yunrong to a safe place. At this time, Xiao Han's body. It was no longer under the control of his consciousness. Roar! A ray of mental force. It swept past the center of Xiao Han's brows. A divine light was emitted, blocking the demonic qi that was spreading towards him, protecting his last line of defense. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han, it's useless. The winner is king and the loser is the bandit. Now, you can only accept your defeat. This is your destiny. Ha 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 ha, from the day I entered your heart, this is already your destiny. You can't change it. Xiao Han, you're very strong. You're so strong that you can defeat any opponent. Any opponent. However, you can't defeat fate. The demon god's invincible voice sounded, looking disdainfully and controlling everything. Very soon, I will completely occupy your body. Ha 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 ha. Destiny. Xiao Han tried his best to resist the invasion of the demonic qi. In a split second, scenes flashed through his mind. Xiao Han did not belong to this world. He came from the 21st century on Earth. After transmigrating to this place, he could only be a live target. His fate should have been extremely miserable, and he would not have a good end in the end. However, at this moment, he had become the #1 person in the universe. What is fate? Fate should be controlled by oneself. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly calmed down, no longer struggling, no longer fluctuating abruptly. If fate really exists in this world, I should stay on Earth and be an ordinary person, live an ordinary life until the end of my life. I shouldn't have come here. If fate really exists, after I transmigrate, I should also die a tragic death. Therefore, I, Xiao Han, do not believe in fate. My fate is in the hands of man, not the heavens. With a single thought, Xiao Han's entire body erupted with all sorts of pure holy light. His eyes blossomed with the light of enlightenment. The next moment, boom! Xiao Han's soul left his body. A ball of pure white divine light directly drilled out from Xiao Han's body. Every inch of this ball of holy light seemed to have a noble and invincible God sitting in it, praying and emitting the power of blessing. This was a ball of the purest soul spirit. There were no flaws at all. If it was said that Xiao Han's body was damaged by the demon god and merged with the demon god's palm, it was incomplete and had a huge flaw. Then, Xiao Han's spirit, soul, and heart were perfect, without any flaws. At this moment, Xiao Han, with great courage, great wisdom, great courage and great strength, directly abandoned his physical body and rushed out in the form of a soul. Xiao Han's voice came out from the towering holy light. Demon God, you're indeed very skillful. From the very beginning, you've left a plan to control me. But, your plan isn't completely flawless. At my level of cultivation, I can abandon my physical body at any time. Although my cultivation base will be greatly reduced after abandoning my physical body, my strongest technique currently is the power of my soul spirit and the saber intent that can sweep through time and space. Without a physical body, I can still kill you. Xiao Han's voice was full of wisdom. Abandoning his physical body. Xiao Han abandoned his physical body. In order to kill the demon god, Xiao Han abandoned his physical body. The group of immortals was shocked. Deep in their hearts, they were filled with admiration and deep respect for Xiao Han. The current Xiao Han was no different from sacrificing his life for justice. You still have such a trick? The demon god was slightly surprised. He didn't think that Xiao Han would be so straightforward and give up his precious physical body. One should know that Xiao Han's physical body was an immortal body that seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It contained many techniques. Even immortals with profound cultivation base used their physical body as their foundation. No one would be willing to abandon their physical body, let alone Xiao Han's physical body, which was superior to any immortal in the world. There was no other reason. Xiao Han became an immortal at a very young age. Even the Grand Mist Emperor had spent countless years to reach his current level of cultivation. In terms of age, the Grand Mist Emperor could not be any older. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was too young. Therefore, in terms of physical body, Xiao Han was more precious than any immortal. His quality was high, and his potential was boundless. That was why the demon god could not forget to seize Xiao Han's physical body. At this time, Xiao Han abandoned his physical body without any hesitation. It was beyond the demon god's expectations. Demon god, it's over. Xiao Han's voice came from the holy white light. It was the voice of judgment. Swish, a majestic saber light slashed towards the body of the demon god's heaven-devouring beast. PFFF. The enormous heaven-devouring beast body was shattered into pieces. It was killed and turned into dust. Xiao Han, you want to kill me? Not so easy. The demon god let out an angry voice. In the next moment, a beam of demonic light burst out from the disintegrated heaven-devouring beast body. It was the demon god's soul origin light. This demonic light was also extremely powerful. After all, the demon god was now a huge monster. With its own body as the core, it had devoured two heaven-devouring beasts to nourish itself, causing its soul to be extraordinary. It was only slightly weaker than the current Xiao Han. A little bit weaker. In the blink of an eye, the demon god's soul had just appeared. It shot out like a meteor and rushed into Xiao Han's glabella, instantly occupying Xiao Han's body. After all, Xiao Han's body had already been demonized. The demon god was the lord of all demons. It could occupy this body with a single thought. Ha 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 ha. So young. What a powerful body. After taking over Xiao Han's body, Xiao Han's stiff body started to move. His pupils had completely disappeared, transforming into a demonic and gloomy glow. Xiao Han's lips curled into an evil smile. He stretched his body as if he was familiarizing himself with this body. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, your body is not bad. In the end, it was also completely occupied by me. Now, I have my own demonic strength, the life force of the two heaven-devouring beasts, and the potential of your body. I can barely escape from your soul saber light. However, Xiao Han, your body is so young. In terms of potential, you are the best in the universe. In the future, I will hide and use your body to cultivate. Sooner or later, I will make a comeback and conquer the entire universe. As for you, Xiao Han, you have lost your body. No matter how you try to seize it, you will never be able to obtain such a perfect body. Ha 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 ha. After a long time, Xiao Han, you will eventually fail. The demon god's voice came out from Xiao Han's mouth. Xiao Han's body was trembling because of his complacency. This scene was very strange. However, what the demon god said was not an alarmist. If the demon god obtained Xiao Han's body, it meant that he would have the best potential in the universe in the future. On the other hand, if Xiao Han lost his body, his combat strength would decline instead of improving. At this moment, Xiao, the demon god, controlled Xiao Han's body and dragged out an afterimage. He was about to teleport away. Boom! Xiao Han's soul light flashed and entered the space between his eyebrows. Immediately, two voices rang out in Xiao Han's mind. Humph! Xiao Han, your body has already been demonized. Now, even if you defeat my soul, you will only obtain a demon's body. It's useless. Demon god, I will destroy your soul. I will destroy you completely and destroy your Tao. Next, Xiao Han and the demon god's soul began to fight fiercely. As for Xiao Han's physical body, he sat down cross-legged. His body was trembling non-stop and his eyes were tightly shut. The Grand Mist Emperor's forehead and face were full of cold sweat. This battle has actually escalated to such a tragic level. Xiao Han and the demon god are fighting with their souls. At this time, Xiao Yunrong was also trembling with excitement. Her eyes were filled with worry. Master, Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Will he be all right? The Grand Mist Emperor's brows were deeply knitted together. The current situation is very strange. It has exceeded the scope of my knowledge. The Grand Mist Emperor was thinking about how to phrase his words. At this time, many immortals also crowded over anxiously. Grand Mist Emperor, what's the situation now? At this time, Xiao Han was sitting cross-legged. His eyes seemed empty but not empty. He had completely entered a meditative state. However, Xiao Han's body was indeed a demon's body. It was covered with scales and bone spikes. It was extremely sinister and terrifying. In Xiao Han's head, one could vaguely see a ball of white light and a ball of scarlet light fighting against each other, trying to devour each other. Xiao Han and the demon god are engaged in a soul battle. In other words, it's a battle of soul possession. Finally, the Grand Mist Emperor spoke. This is a battle of life and death. There are only two outcomes. 1. Xiao Han's soul destroys the demon god's soul and successfully takes back his body. The other outcome is that the demon god completely destroys Xiao Han's soul. There is absolutely no third outcome. However, there is something strange. Xiao Han's body has been demonized. There is no cure. This means that the body that Xiao Han takes back is also a demon's body. Then, is he a human, or a demon? As they spoke, Xiao Han's body suddenly changed. Some energy overflowed and wrapped around Xiao Han's body, forming a cocoon that emitted a blinding light. The inside of the cocoon emitted energy fluctuations that could dominate the universe. Ha! The Grand Mist Emperor and the other immortals stared at the cocoon with their mouths agape. They were at a loss for words. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A whole month had passed. There were no changes to the cocoon. But now the immortal world. At least it had calmed down. The monster race was annihilated, and the monster world was erased from history. The threat of the heaven-devouring beast was also gone. In fact, the immortal world experienced unprecedented peace and tranquility. Of course, the strangest thing was the cocoon. Every immortal knew that inside the cocoon were the two most powerful beings in the universe. Xiao Han and the demon god. Every day, countless immortals would stop to watch the cocoon, nervously praying that Xiao Han would emerge victorious in the end. However, 10,000 years had passed. The cocoon was still just a cocoon. Not only had the immortal world regained its former prosperity, more descendants of immortals had been born. The Grand Mist Emperor controlled the immortal world. Xiao Han's family had also undergone some changes in the past 10,000 years. Xiao Han's son had become a top true immortal. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the immortal emperor realm. Xiao Han's wives, like his son Xiao En, were about to become low-level immortal emperors. Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu's cultivation had also increased greatly. Time could make people forget everything. The new generation of immortals had almost forgotten about the battle between Xiao Han and the demon god. They only knew that the hero who saved the immortal world and the universe was called Xiao Han. Another 10,000 years passed. The cocoon was still the same. Finally, everyone was sure that Xiao Han and the demon god would not hatch again. Only Xiao Han's family and friends would stand near the cocoon every day, clasping their hands together and praying. They believed that Xiao Han would come back. He would definitely come back. He will come back to reunite with us. I believe so, Mo Qingtong said. Yes, definitely. Xiao Yunrong nodded heavily. The soul battle between Xiao Han and the demon god lasted 30,000 years. On a certain day. Crack, 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 crack. The cocoon. Finally there were cracks. Strange energy waves were coming from it. The energy waves were so strong that they could destroy the universe at will. Whoosh, 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 with the Grand Mist Emperor in the lead, all the immortals approached the cocoon and hovered in the air. All of the immortals were filled with shock, fear, hope, worry, excitement, uncontrollable. Their eyes were glued to the cocoon. When Xiao Han's soul and the demon god were locked in a fierce battle, all the immortals were originally Xiao Han's slaves. But at that moment, the master-slave contract between them and Xiao Han seemed to have disappeared. That was why they had been unable to predict Xiao Han's fate for so many years. And the cocoon was about to break. Did Xiao Han defeat the demon god? Or did the demon god kill Xiao Han? The answer was about to be revealed. This was the answer that concerned the survival of the universe. If the cocoon broke and the demon god appeared, then the immortal world would be destroyed. The universe would be destroyed. No one could stop it. Pieces of the cocoon began to fall apart. The life waves grew stronger and stronger. All the immortals' throats went hoarse, unable to make a sound. Their hearts were in their throats. All of a sudden, bang! The cocoon exploded. Finally, a living being appeared. A slender body with demonic lines, scales and bone spikes all over his body. An evil and cynical gaze. Every pore on his body exuded a vast amount of demonic qi. His gaze swept across the immortals in the sky. At this time, all the immortals' hearts were on the verge of shattering. The demon god. There was a thick aura of the demon god on this fellow. It's the demon god. The demon god, one. The Grand Mist Emperor was terrified. At this time, the scales, spikes, and bone spikes on his body retracted, revealing the perfect figure of a man. Handsome, cold, and his eyes shone with the light of supremacy. The body was still Xiao Han's body, and the appearance was still Xiao Han's, but there was an additional demonic qi and arrogance in his eyes. Heh! With my current strength, It seems I can destroy the universe with a single thought. I can sweep through the myriad worlds, he said with a chuckle. When his voice came out, the whole world fell silent. Dong, dong, dong. He began to walk in the air, walking towards Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, Xiaowen, and the others. Huh? Xiao Han's wife and sons looked at the evil man walking towards them. At this time, ha ha ha, I'm finally back. The man let out a carefree laugh. The demon god soul is finally destroyed by me. It's completely destroyed and no longer exists in this world. However, my body can't change back. It's a demon body. To be precise, it's an invincible demon body. I seem to have become a new generation of demon god. So, the winner is Xiao Han. How troublesome. However, my soul can control this demon body, so, you can still see me as a human. Xiao Han smiled. Everything the disaster is over. Xiao Han smiled. Boom! The whole immortal world was in an uproar. Xiao Han's wife and son had already rushed forward. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.